each day of the week. Come on, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What you waiting for? Come and take a seat. Like and subscribe, this is where you wanna be. Cause you know we gon' talk about it. Let's talk about it. Get in here, we in here tonight. So get in here, we in here to vibe.
Hey, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me. Can y'all hear me? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know if you can hear me. You should be able to, but just let me know in the comments below. And please hit that thumbs up for your girl. I can hear you. Okay, okay, okay. Cool, 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 cool. Hold on 1 second. Give me a second. Sorry, I came earlier. Well, came late, but later than I thought I would. But I came earlier because I want to go ahead and get this out the way. All right. So anyway, hit that thumbs up, share this live out. Come on in. I know this is a different time than I normally come. I normally come around 7, but I came a little earlier because I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and, because I didn't come yesterday either. So I was like, let me go ahead and break this down because I think I want to come back live a little later for something different. Okay. But I don't know. I'm not even going to promise you. I'm just going to say I might. Because it just depends. It just depends. But anyway, y'all hit that thumbs up button for your girl, please. And thank you. And come on in here. We got witness number 5, partial statement. It is not the whole statement, you guys. It's just what a summary of what the state attorney read off to the judge. Okay. Which, okay. So let me see. First of all, hey everybody, welcome, welcome. Come on in, come on in. She said, I'm looking forward to seeing what number 5 had to say. Well, I was looking forward to it too, girl. And I was like, what? Have anybody heard it from any other channel yet? Have y'all heard it from any other channel? Well, y'all gonna hear it from me. Y'all gonna hear it from me. But let me know in the chat, have y'all heard it from any other channel? She said, I have. Okay, so some of y'all already kind of know what to expect. Okay, I see Sassy D said yes, Bree said yes. Okay, so a couple of y'all have heard it. All right, so we're gonna get into it, and then we're gonna bounce it off like we did the other day of the crime scene, because you know we understand witnesses can have a little confusion going on sometimes, especially with a time like this. But baby, all I got to say is it does not match up with the crime scene, just like witness number 3. Okay. Now, before I get into this, I want to say now, first of all, let me just say this. Everything out of my mouth is allegedly, okay? It is based on my opinion only, not trying to defame nobody's character, okay? Let's put that out there for everybody, in the front end, the back, and the side, and all of that or whatever. She said, set your goals. Oh, I didn't even set a goal, did I? Hold on a second. I put my coffee link up for those that want to donate to this live stream. They want to tip the host. That would be me. Let me put up a goal right quick. It's in the middle of the day. Why not, right? Why not? Why not, honey? Why not? Let's see. I'm going to put $35 super chats. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. Ain't nobody going to cuss you out. You ain't got to worry about that over here. Ain't nobody pressuring you. But it would be greatly appreciated if 30 people out of what, 200 I have in here? 205. If 30 people out of 205 can tip your girl $5, that would be greatly appreciated. Okay. I'm just going to put, let's keep talking about it, because y'all know ain't nobody going to shut us up. Even though they want to. But we ain't going to shut up. We're going to keep talking because somebody got to do it, right? And there's only a few of us out here that's breaking down these live streams that is not in favor of these witnesses that's coming forward, okay? Somebody said, you sitting up here listening to this lady and she don't know shit. That's why you looking stupid as fuck. But you over here listening to me too, though. Bookie Booty. You over here listening to me too. All right. So anyway, we're going to carry on. But you know what? I'm sorry. I got to get you out of here because I said that any disrespect, you got to go. So bye-bye. But you can still listen. You just won't be able to chat in my, you won't be able to comment in my chat. All right. You got to be respectful to comment in my chat. We do not allow disrespect over here on the panel or even in the comment section. If you are to be over here and you want to comment, you have to be respectful. If you want to call somebody stupid as fuck, then you do that from all the way on somebody else's channel, okay? But not over here. You have to be respectful, all right? You can have your opinion, but if you're going to disrespect, then you got to go. You are no longer allowed to chat in my comment section, all right? So let's talk about, well, let me say this first. So again, I said I'm not trying to defame nobody's character, right? But what I will say is I heard, and this is allegedly, that this witness statement came about December timeframe, okay? So it wasn't given at the scene. It wasn't given in September when this incident happened, but it came about in December. Why do I even say that, right? Well, the whole crime, the whole incident, let me just say the incident, went viral, all right? It went viral right when it happened, and it just became more viral and more viral and more viral since September the 8th, right? So for this witness to give a statement in December, and in the statement, which I'm going to read and break down, you will see that a lot of things that has been said in this statement is what has been circulating on social media and throughout the news. All right. So, I don't know who this witness is, and I'm not trying to defame nobody's character, but I'm going to let you be the judge after hearing what this witness had to say. Okay. Because with my analysis, it does not match up with the crime scene, but it does, some of it echoes witness number 3. All right. So again, I'm not trying to defame nobody's character. All I'm saying is, how convenient. All right. That's what we're going to leave that at. How convenient. All right. So with that being said, let me take some of these things down so it won't distract me. And we're going to get into it. So now I only received, and I think this came from another blogger's channel, but I only received like 4 different, let me say 1, 2, 3. Is it 3 or 4? Okay, like 3 different screenshots of what witness number 5 had to say. 2 of what witness number, well, I guess it's 3. Well, kind of 2.5, but then the other ones is just what, because this is just the transcripts from the court. I don't have the full transcript, okay? I was supposed to get it. The young lady, I don't know if she wasn't able to get it to me or what, but I do have, I think this was taken from someone else's panel. So we're going to go over it, okay? If they're going to put it out, we're going to go over it, all right? So let's start at the top. Now, this is the state attorney, and it looks like his name is Mr. It's just too many letters, okay? It's just, I'm gonna say Mr. K, all right? Listen, if it's more than 4 syllables, I don't even try. So I'm just gonna say Mr. K, the state attorney. He is doing a summary of witness 5's statement to the judge, okay? Are you guys ready? Let me know if you guys are ready. Super Leo said, when this lady said she drove past the incident, then walked back after she went to work is a damn lie. Well, let's just read it, Super Leo. Let's just read it, okay? So Mr. K, the state attorney, said, is grabbing from her vantage point. It appears that witness 1 is grabbing the victim in kind of like a hug in an effort to stop the fight, okay? So right there, witness number 5 is saying that witness number 1, Carlos, is grabbing the victim, Romika, in kind of like a hug in effort to stop a fight, okay? She says that the witness 1 is trying to push the victim away and tell the victim that the defendant had a gun. Again, is saying that witness 1, which is Carlos, is trying to push Romika away and tell the victim that the defendant had a gun. Now, let me just stop here for a minute. We've heard from another witness, I think it's, well, it may have been witness number 3, that witness 1, Carlos, was trying to push Holly away, okay? So witness number 5 is saying that Carlos was trying to push Romika away, all right? We'll push Romika away and telling her that Holly has a gun, all right? Then it goes on to say, she also states that she heard the defendant, which is Holly, say she was licensed to carry repeatedly, okay? Now, we all heard from the video footage that has circulated around social media, we heard Holly say, I'm licensed to carry, or I have a license to carry. Now, how convenient in December, witness number 5 reported this on a statement to the state attorney, all right? Said that the defendant repeatedly said, I have a license to carry, all right? So then the judge says, I'm sorry, she heard whom say what? And then the state attorney said, the defendant say she was licensed to carry repeatedly as other witnesses heard on the scene. Now, when he said as other witnesses heard on the scene, he's talking aftermath, okay? Because not only the witnesses, so-called witnesses that was on the scene heard it, everybody that listened to this news broadcast heard it as well, right? So he doubled down and says, the defendant says she was licensed to carry repeatedly as other witnesses heard on the scene. This witness, who again I refer to as witness number 5, who doesn't know witness number 1, 2, 3, or 4, or the victim, or the defendant, states that while the witness 1 had the victim in a hug, the defendant approached the victim and the defendant appeared to be trying to provoke the victim. She says that witness 1, which is Carlos, was trying to calm the victim 1, which is victim 1 is Romika, okay? Trying to calm victim 1. The particular witness never saw a physical fight. They were just arguing. She says, she's watching the fight first from her car and then from her workplace, which is just down the street from where this happened on Cermak, okay? I'm just going to read it all the way through and then we're going to come back and analyze it. How about that? And then she says, after the shooting, she walked down to the scene and she said that the defendant was standing by the back bumper of a car when the defendant started shooting. Okay? Let me just finish reading. We're going to come back. She heard 4 shots. It happened very fast. She states that the witness 1, which is Carlos, touched the victim after the shooting. The defendant then put the gun in the car. She states that she's never seen either of these 3 people before and that the defendant appeared to be on the phone after the shooting. She also says that when the defendant shot the victim was just coming out of a chokehold from witness 1 and stated that the defendant was not physically near the victim when, and then it looks like it cut off. So I'm assuming it means she was not physically near the victim when the defendant shot. Okay, so because it cuts off, right? And then it goes on to say, already have been proffered to this court and before Judge Costello in first appearance court, shows a defendant who is not acting in self-defense. is showing a defendant who clearly committed the detainable offense of first-degree murder, who, despite her concealed carrying license, appeared to be bragging about it in an attempt to intimidate somebody. And when that doesn't work in broad daylight, down the street from a school, in this intersection where there are people all around them, then pulls out her gun from her car, shoots the victim, who does not appear to be a threat, because as multiple witnesses state multiple times, the victim never had anything in her hands, was not charging at the defendant at the time of the shooting, and in fact was standing there with her arm crossed over her chest, not in an aggressive manner. So, Your Honor, based on all of that, based on the, and then it just says, and like I said, I'm incorporating the argument made by Mr. Perjury at the initial detention hearing, as well as some of the findings made by Judge Costello. Your Honor, I do believe we met our burden as to all three prongs. Counsel's petition for relief says something about us not proving our, and I'm assuming that proving our point or whatever, right? Or our argument, all right? Whatever it says. And that's all I have. That's all that was sent to me, all right? So let's go back to witness 5, partial statement, baby, okay? Let's go back to witness 5, partial statement. But I want to pull something up while we talk about it, okay? I did this the other day just to show you guys that anybody can make a statement, right? But the statement has to match evidence of the crime scene and also medical evidence, okay? So I want to put this photo back up because, and I want to talk about witness 5 statement. The name of this live is Witness 5 Just Created More Reasonable Doubt. And she did. Right? And I'm going to show you. I'm just not going to tell you. I'm going to show you. So I want to make sure that one is up there. Give me a second. I want to put a few photos up right quick. That one is up there. Oh, no, not that one. Shit, they'd chase me off the internet if I put that up there. Oh, my God. Do you believe she did that? Oh, my God. She's such a horrible human. Anybody else can do it but her. She's such a horrible human. She's such a horrible being. Hold on, I'm trying to find the one that I have with the arrows on the vehicle. I know I have it in here because I just looked at it earlier. Oh, here you go. All right. So why do I say witness 5 just created more reasonable doubt? Let's go back through that again. So the state of attorney is saying that from her vantage point, it appears that Carlos is grabbing Romika in kind of a hug in effort to stop the fight. Okay. So right there shows that he was trying to detain or restrain Romika at some point, right? To stop her from wanting to fight. So right there is, she says out of her own mouth, well, the attorney paraphrased it, but said that she said. So when he says that she said, he's taken some information from the her statement, right? So she said from her vantage point, it appears that Carlos is grabbing Romika in kind of like a hug in effort to stop the fight, okay? And then it says that she says the witness 1, which is Carlos is trying to push the victim, which is Romika. So Carlos is trying to push Romika away pushing her away, grabbing her with a bear hug. Okay, that's what it says. That's what she says. Witness number 5, pushing Romika away and grabbing her like a hug in an effort to stop the fight. I wonder why Carlos had to grab Romika and also push Romika away. Now, it was said before in one of the witness statements that Carlos was pushing Holly away as if Holly was the aggressor. So witness 5 is coming out now saying, well, he was pushing Romika away, not Holly away. So he was pushing the aggressor away, right? So that contradicts what the other witness has come forward and said, that Holly was the aggressor. But let's continue to go on. Then it says that Carlos was pushing Romika away and telling her, Holly got a gun. She got a gun, right? She also states that she heard the defendant say, which was Holly, I'm licensed to carry repeatedly. All right. So then it says, let's continue. It says that she didn't know any of them, didn't know none of the people out there. Okay. All right. But it says that she said that Holly was approaching the vehicle and that Holly appeared to be trying to provoke the victim. Now, we did hear that from witness 3, or we didn't hear from witness 3, but that's what the state attorney said that witness 3 said, that Holly was trying to provoke Romika. Okay. But hold your horses here. Hold your horses. She says that Carlos was trying to calm victim 1, which is Romika. So now it looks like she's trying to say Holly was advancing forward, trying to, well, it didn't say advance forward. Yeah, it said the defendant approached the vehicle. Yeah. So it says that Holly approached Romika's vehicle trying to provoke Romika, but says that Carlos was trying to calm down Romika. Then it says this particular witness never saw a physical fight. Okay. They were just arguing. Okay. But then it goes on to say she watched the fight from her car and then her workplace. So I don't know what fight she watched, unless she's trying to say she watched them argue from her car and then her workplace. But it says she watched the fight first from her car and then her workplace. And that comes right after saying that she did not witness a physical fight. So again, I don't know if the state attorney is trying to say that she watched an argument from her car and then her workplace, but it says fight. Okay. Then it says, she says after the shooting. So she's saying after the shooting, she walked down to the scene and she said that the defendant was standing by the back bumper of a car when the defendant started shooting. So here it looks like she's saying after the shooting, she walked down to the scene, but then she goes on to say that the defendant, Holly, was standing by the back bumper of a car when the defendant started shooting. Okay, so I don't know if she's trying to say she walked down after the shooting and then she saw the shooting, because the state attorney did try to allude to witness number 5 seeing the shooting. Okay, so but it says here that she walked down to the scene after the shooting, but then all of a sudden when she walked down, she saw Holly standing by her back bumper of her car when she started shooting. So right there definitely contradicts themselves. Okay, she says she saw a fight, then she didn't see a fight. Okay, she said she went down after the shooting and then she was basically on the scene and saw Holly standing on the back bumper of her car when she was shooting, when she started shooting. Okay, she said she heard 4 shots and it happened very fast. Now listen to this, y'all. Witness number 3 said the shots were 10-second pause in between each one, right? Pow, Pow. 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 Okay. So witness number 3 said it was 10 shots between each firing of the weapon. However, this witness said it happened very fast. She heard 4 shots. It happened very fast. Okay. So right there, she contradicts the pause in the gunshots by saying it happened very fast. She stated that witness number 1, which is Carlos, touched the victim after the shooting. The defendant then put the gun in the car, which we all saw that on the video, right? Well, I don't know if y'all seen the video, but I definitely saw the video of she putting a gun in the car and whatnot, because they was like, she got her gun, she got her gun. I don't know if y'all seen that video, but it's out there. She stated witness number 1, which is Carlos, touched the victim after the shooting. The defendant then put her gun in the car. She stated that she never seen either of the 3 people before and that the defendant appeared to be on the phone after the shooting. We all seen that in video footage, right? That circulated throughout social media. She also says that when the defendant shot the victim was just coming out of a chokehold from witness 1, and stated that the defendant was not physically near the victim when the shot rang, or, and I'm assuming that part because she stated that the defendant was not physically near the victim. Now, let's go over her statement, y'all. Shall we? Let's put the crime scene photo back up. Now, this is a photo that a lot of people, not over here, but a lot of people do not want. She says 10 seconds, not 10 shots. Oh, yeah, 10 seconds, not 10 shots. Did I say 10 shots? She said it was 10 seconds between each shot. That's what witness number 3 says. Witness number 5 said it happened fast. It happened very fast is the word she used. It happened. She said, I heard 4 shots and it happened very fast. I heard 4 shots and it happened very fast. Witness number 5 says, right? Witness number 3 says, I heard 5 shots and it was 10-second pause between each shot. So right there, they contradict themselves. Witness number 3 also says that the shots was done from the sidewalk. And witness number 5 said that the shots was done at the trunk of the car. Now, both of them say that the shots were fired as Romika was coming out of a hole, some type of hole that she escaped from Carlos, right? They both said that. However, they say the shots was fired, her coming off from a hole. But witness number 3 said she was walking away. She was turning as if she was retreating. And witness number 5 says that Holly was at Romika's car provoking her. But then all of a sudden, she ended up at the trunk of her car. All right. Let's look at the crime scene. We already established the white car is Romika's. The black car is Holly. So the white arrow presents Romika car. The red arrow presents Holly car. All right. Now, per our own eyes of the crime scene, it shows that Romika's body dropped right by Holly's car. Okay. Now, if Holly was supposed to be provoking Romika, coming toward her aggressively, provoking her, then if Holly ended up firing her weapon, even if it was from the sidewalk, which witness number 3 said, or either the bumper of the car, which witness number 5 says, then that means Holly was retreating. That means Holly, if we're going to buy their narrative, if we're going to go along with their story, right? If we're going to go with their story, that means if Holly had advanced toward Romika, trying to provoke her, but she ended up by the bumper of her car or even the sidewalk, that means she retreated. And guess what that means when you retreat? That means you're not the aggressor. You're not advancing. You're not trying to do anything if you retreated, right? However, the crime scene says something different. The crime scene shows that Romika advanced toward Holly, not the other way around. Okay? Now, even if we buy their narrative that Holly was provoking Romika, let's just say, let's go along with it for a second. Holly walked up to Romika's car, banged on it. Bitch, get out and fight. Get out and fight, right? But that still does not justify Romika advancing toward Holly, because that's what the crime scene shows. The evidence shows that Romika advanced toward Holly. Why? Well, look at her body positioning, right? But not only that, there's no blood drippings or anything to show that she was moved, even though they want to go with that narrative. The evidence does not prove that at all, right? However, witness number 5 said that Holly shot from the bumper of her car. So if Holly shot at the bumper of her car, then Romika's body being at the door of her vehicle means that Romika was progressing toward Holly and not the other way around. Now, these are the witnesses. These are the state witnesses that are saying this. These are the state witnesses that are saying this, because if Holly at any point throughout the ordeal, if Holly had advanced toward Romika, if Holly had provoked Romika, if Holly had told Romika, because you know, witness number 1 said that she said, get out the car, bitch, get out the car, let's fight, bitch, let's fight, right? And said Romika got out the car after being provoked. Being provoked don't give you a right to get out the car. Being provoked don't give you the right to run up on someone still, right? But this is if we're going with their narrative. If we're going with their narrative, they both are saying that Romika had to approach Holly. Why? Well, if Holly was on the sidewalk, or if Holly was standing by her vehicle, the trunk, behind the bumper of her vehicle, that means that she had retreated at some point. And that's if she had advanced forward. We don't know that for sure, right? No videos show that. But 2 witnesses says that Holly advanced toward Romika at some point in this ordeal. If that's even the case, if we are to believe that, at what point did Holly walk back to her vehicle? At what point did Holly get back on the sidewalk? At what point? While Romika was chasing her? Huh? At what point did Holly get back? Because if Holly ran from Romika, that means Romika was the aggressor. If Holly walked off after provoking Romika, and Romika still her body ended up by the door, that still means Romika was the aggressor. She was coming after Holly, walking toward Holly, running toward Holly, advancing toward Holly. Disengagement matters. When a situation is going on and it calms down, and someone disengaged. We hear this all the time. When someone stops the fight and walk away, that is their way of saying, if a fight, argument, whatever, right? If they walk away, that is their way of saying, I'm done with this. I'm done with this. First degree murder is not disengagement. First degree murder is not retreating. If we're going with witness number 3 and witness number 5 statement, Holly fired from the back of her car, Holly fired from the sidewalk. That is disengagement. That is retreating. That's not first degree murder. If I'm getting away from you, if I'm going back by my vehicle, if I'm going to the sidewalk, that's disengagement. Now, if the witness said Holly fired from the back of Romika's car and Romika's body fell by the door of Romika's car, then Holly's ass is up creek without a damn paddle, right? But the report says that blood was found on the black vehicle, which is Holly's car, by the door of Holly's vehicle. It was found on the door of Holly's vehicle. We already showed you that Holly has blood splatters on the lower part of her pants, right? And her shoes and her socks. So given the crime scene, given where the body fell, given the witness statement that Holly fired from the back of her car, that shows disengagement. It shows that Holly was retreating, and that creates reasonable doubt. That creates reasonable doubt. It does not match. Witness number 3 statement doesn't match the crime scene, nor does witness number 5. By witness number 5, adding a little sugar on top of it, right? By witness number 5 saying that she walked down to the crime scene after the shots and then saw Holly fire her weapon. Well, she didn't say that. Let me get the correct way it's said. I don't want to add words. Okay, let's get back. Okay, she says, well, the lawyer says, the state attorney says, she said after the shooting, she walked down to the scene and she said that the defendant was standing by the back bumper of a car when the defendant started shooting. So if the defendant started shooting and she was standing at the back bumper of her car, then that means that she was retreating. That means that Holly was disengaging. And that's if we're buying their story of Holly provoking Romika. Let's give you another scenario. Let's just say Romika was provoking Holly, right? Provoking Holly. Talking mad ass shit, provoking her. But if Romika's body would have failed by her car door or at the bumper of her vehicle, if she would have failed there, then that would have showed that she was retreating, that Romika was disengaging. But that's not what the crime scene shows, because her body didn't fall by the driver's side of Romika's vehicle, or even the passenger side of Romika's vehicle, or even the bumper of Romika's vehicle. And if the shots had went in from the back instead of the front, then Holly asked, even if she was standing at the bumper of her vehicle or at the sidewalk, it would show that Romika was disengaging, retreating, and Holly fired at her, which would have shown that first degree was probably a good charge, right? But the fact that both witnesses, 3 and 5, says that Holly was 1 on the sidewalk when she fired, and 2, the back of her vehicle when she fired. And they both says that Holly had advanced toward Romika and provoking her. She was provoking her, banging on her car, provoking her. Fight, bitch, fight. Fight, bitch, fight. If that is the case, if we are to take that narrative, if we are to believe that narrative, then that means at some point, Holly disengaged. Holly went back to her vehicle. Holly stood behind her bumper. And that's if we are to believe them. But that creates reasonable doubt, okay? The position of the people involved does not match the crime scene. It does not match. And then furthermore, let's not get into, oh, I started seeing the fight while I was driving, and then I saw the rest of it after I got into my job, which is on Cermak. And I don't even want to get into the eaches of where she worked, because I don't give a damn, right? I don't really care about where she works or anything like that. It's just the fact that you heard what you heard. You heard what you say you heard, right? But yet you're driving. Not one time did she say she stopped. She said she was driving in her vehicle, and then from her vehicle, she saw the rest of it from work. Okay. So now we're talking, I don't know, wherever she works, I'm gonna let Ari figure that out, have her investigators go out and do all that or whatever. So, and a lot of the things that she claimed she heard, we heard from the video footage, from the cell phone video footage that circulated around social media, okay? And also from Witness 3 statement that she gave out on YouTube on a blogger's channel. So it doesn't appear that she said anything new other than, instead of being a chokehold, she said bear hug, okay? So one say chokehold, one say bear hug, right? I think that the state attorney did try to come back later and mention a chokehold after the fact, but initially it was a bear hug, okay? But she also says that Carlos had to restrain Romika and push Romika back. But witness number 3 said that Carlos had to push Holly back. Baby, when I tell you. But let's go a little further, because I test a few different ways that this can go. All right. So let me just read off what I have. All right. So let's talk about the facts from the crime scene that we know. All right. We know that this is a narrow residential street. Okay. The other day we discovered that it was only 2 lanes on this street right here. 2 lanes, and then you have a whole parking area, right? So 2 lanes in a parking area. So a narrow residential street. Let me move this out the way right quick. Please thumbs up this video, but I want you guys to see what I see. So there's 2 lanes on this street. Cars were parked bumper to bumper on both sides, okay? I don't know about the other side, but let's just talk about on the right side. Cars are parked bumper to bumper, okay? The white car is Romika's car, and the black car is Holly's car, all right? They are offset. They're not face to face. They have an open space between the 2 vehicles. We're giving the facts from the scene right now, okay? Just the facts. The victim's body and primarily blood pooling are in the front adjacent to the black car, not the white car. So it's more toward the driver's door of Holly's vehicle, right? The pooling of the blood, we can kind of still see it. If you can't, there's a better view right there, okay? So that's where the victim body dropped, all right? Now, blood transfer, in the report, it says it was on the black car, right? They spotted it on the black car, but it's also spotted on the lower pants, shoes, and socks of the shooter, okay? The autopsy report states that the gunshots, okay, they call it the wound entry, went into the chin and the left thigh, both front to back shots. So nothing shows that Romika was retreating, okay, because they went front to back in the thigh and also in the chin. No soot, no stiflings, which means that it was not a close contact, meaning that the gun was not pressed against Romika's skin, all right? It was not pressed against Romika's face. The gun was not pressed against Romika's thigh, all right? However, let's continue. All right, now that's the facts of the scene, the crime scene that we know of. Now we know is more. We know that some investigators going to come through and rip this thing totally apart, okay? But that's just what I'm going over right now. This is just the facts of the scene, okay? Now let's go on and let's talk about what must be true for Romika body to land by Holly's car. What must be true? All right. Now, for the body to end up in front of the black car, at least one or the following must be true. Okay. At the moment of the shots, either Romika was already standing near the black car, or the shooter was near the victim at that location, or both were converging into that same tight space. So one or the other must be true, okay? But what does not work, right, is that Romika was by her car, Romika was walking away, or the shooter was stationary behind her own truck or on the sidewalk. Okay, that cannot be true. Why? Well, because the body positioning, the blood splatter, and also the blood on the vehicle. Okay, so that cannot be true. Again, let's talk about what only three of these could work. The victim, which is Romika, was already near Holly's vehicle, right? Holly was near the victim at that location, meaning that Holly was at her vehicle, Romika was near her, or both of them was in that tight space together, which B and C is almost the same. So either Romika was arguing with Holly face to face already over there, right? But what could not have happened is Romika was not near her vehicle at the time of the shooting. Romika was not retreating. Romika was not walking away, okay? And the shooter was stationary behind her own truck. That cannot work. It cannot work. Why? Because the blood would not have gotten on Holly's pants right there if she was standing behind her vehicle, behind her bumper, and shot Romika. It wouldn't have happened. Okay. The blood splatter came because it was close contact. Okay. They were in close proximity of each other. And when she shot, the blood squirted on Holly's pants, which means that they were very close to each other, which means that both of them were standing by Holly's car, which means how did Romika get there? Not by walking away, but by walking or running toward Holly. All right. The body still somehow appears in the front of the black car without a blood trail, drag marks, or immediate collapse points, which means that this picture right here shows the body dropped there, but no drag marks, no blood trail, none of that shows that's where the body fell at the time of the shooting. All that moving, oh, the body was moved, they moved it out of traffic and moved it over there. Nonsense. Nonsense, because it would show a trail of blood, it would show drag marks, it would show all of that, right? But the immediate collapse was right by Holly's vehicle. How did Romika get there? Not by walking away, not by retreating. Her body got there because that means that she was advancing toward Holly. Okay, now that's the one thing. Now let's test another one. We're going to test that the victim was walking away. Let's test that Romika was walking away, disengaging. She was calm, like witness number 5 say, with her arms folded across her chest, not being aggressive in no way. That is what witness number 5 said. Again, that Romika was calm with her arms across her chest, right? And she was just standing there, disengaging. She was over by her vehicle, calm, okay? Because Holly was provoking her at her vehicle, not the other way around, right? Holly ran toward her. That is what witness number 5 says. So we're going to test that theory. If Romika was walking away, disengaging, calm, standing by her vehicle with her arms across her chest, right? And Holly was provoking her, then guess what? The physics would require one of the following to explain the final position. And the final position is what? The final position is Romika's body being by Holly's car. So let's talk about it. Physics would require, if we're testing the theory from witness number 5 and witness number 3, that Romika was walking away, disengaging, calm, not provoking, not advancing, then it will require one of the following to explain the final position: that a blood trail from Romika's car needs to be from Romika's car to Holly's car. We need to see a blood trail. We need to see a blood trail. Or it requires that multiple collapse points, which means that we need to see more than one pool of blood, not just one by Holly's car, but we need to see a pool of blood somewhere by Romika's car, okay? Or we need to see that the body dropped by Romika's car, okay? A blood trail, multiple collapse points, or evidence of the body being moved from Romika's car to Holly's car. We need to see evidence in order for their theory to be correct. In order for witness 3 and witness 5 theory of Romika was the calm one, Romika was retreating, Romika was disengaging, Romika was walking away, Romika had her arms across her chest, Holly was provoking. In order for that to be true, then we need to see, again, multiple collapse points, which means multiple pools of blood. We need to see evidence that the body was moved or dragged from the white car to the black car. Where is the drippings? Where is the drag marks? Where is the blood trail? So the only way that theory of Romika was walking away, disengaging, calm, the only way for that to be true, we need to see some evidence. We need to see some more evidence, okay? Let's continue. Now, let's test the theory of Holly shooting from behind the trunk of her car. If the shooter was standing behind her own trunk, firing toward Romika, okay? And I'm going to say firing toward Romika's car, right? Then this is what we should expect. The blood should be closer to Romika's car. Minimal blood transfer onto the shooter's lower legs. Listen, if Holly was firing from the trunk of her vehicle, then we need to see less blood dripping down her pants leg, less blood on her socks, less blood on her shoes, okay? But we also need to see a more linear distance collapse, which means we need to see this body closer to the white car. And that's only if we are to say the shooter was standing behind the trunk of her vehicle. But instead, what do we see? We see blood on the black car that was wrote up in the report, right? We see blood on the shooter's lower clothing and her footwear. And we see an immediate collapse near Holly's vehicle. All right. Now, this pattern is far more consistent with close proximity at the black car, not distance firing from behind the trunk. And one more thing. If she fired from behind the trunk, then Romika's body need to be closer to the back bumper of the vehicle and not closer to the door. Okay. Now we're going to talk about the autopsy, but before we talk about the autopsy, I want to give one more testing, right? She said goal met. Thank you so much. I'm going to celebrate the goal in just a second. I want to get this out. Thank you guys so much. So because the body dropped right by by Holly's car door, and witness number 5 says that Holly fired from the trunk of her car. Now, I'm going to need y'all to brace yourself for this one. Take a sip right quick of whatever you're drinking, and I'm going to need you to brace yourself for this one. I'm about to drink me some water too. Okay. If we are to believe witness number 5, that Holly fired from the back of her car, okay, the trunk of her car, but Romika's body fell by the driver's door of Holly's car. And this is just a theory, right? But if we are to buy their claim, then could it be possible that Romika was going after Holly's son that was located in the car? Could it be possible that Romika wasn't even after Holly? She was after whatever was in her car? Could it be possible? If Romika's body dropped right at the door of Holly's car, could it be Romika said something as she was advancing forward? And Holly said, oh, you're not going to get to my son, and eliminated the threat of her son's life? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be that she was standing at the bumper, like witness number 5 says she was, right? And Romika said, damn you, I don't want you, I want your son. I'm coming after your son. Does not a mother have a right to defend her child? Romika's body dropped at the car door. Both witnesses claim that Holly fired from a distance. One standing by the trunk of her car, the other one at the sidewalk. If your 6-month-old child had been threatened on numerous occasions, and the person that threatened your child is advancing toward your car, what would you do? Would you just wait to see if she's going to give him a kiss? Would you just wait until she opened your car door to see what she was going to do? Would you just wait? Or would you act? So if we are to believe witness number 5, Holly shot her weapon from the trunk of her vehicle, but Romika's body lands right in front of the car door. Was Romika trying to get into Holly's car? Was Romika trying to get to the baby? Was Romika trying to harm the child, the 6-month-old, baby Carlson? But that's if we to believe witness number 5 theory. Or if we are to believe witness number 3, and Holly was on the sidewalk, meaning that she was disengaged. She wasn't advancing toward Romika at the time the shots rang, but Romika's body was at the driver's side of her car. So even if we say witness 3 is correct, was she not protecting her child? Was Romika going for Carlson? Now that's if we are to believe the witnesses, because everybody want to say the witnesses are so accurate. Everybody want to say the witnesses are spot on. Everybody want to say, why would we discount the witness when they don't know anybody, right? But if we are to accept the witnesses' accounts. Then it tells me that the witness was trying to protect her baby. It tells me that something had to be said while Romika was running toward the vehicle. Okay? While Romika was running toward the vehicle, was she trying to get at Carlson? Because if her body would have dropped by the trunk, that says that she was trying to get at Holly. But the fact that the body dropped right at the door tells me she knew that baby was in the car. Can a mother not protect her child, her defenseless child, against their stalker? Does she not have a right? And this is only if we believe their theory. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. Now let's go back to the autopsy. What the autopsy adds, this is key. Front to back, chin wound. The victim's face was oriented toward the shooter. Okay? So it says the victim's face, because she was shot in the chin, meaning that she was face to face. Right? That is not consistent with someone walking off, turning around, disengaging. Not when your face is touching, or not touching, but your face is faced toward my face. The chin wound was front to back. The anterior thigh wound was front to back, which means what? The front of the thigh was presented to the shooter. Right? That implies stepping forward or squaring up or turning back toward the shooter. Right? Not turning away, as they say. Not just standing there with your arms crossed over by your vehicle while Holly provoke you, antagonize you. Huh? The wounds do not align with a clean disengagement narrative. They said that Romika was disengaging, walking off, going back to her vehicle. The autopsy report says that's not true. The crime scene says that's not true. The blood splatters says that's not true. So the only two people that's saying it's true are the two witnesses. But evidence says that's not true. She was not disengaging. She was not walking away. She was not by her vehicle. Holly was not approaching her. Holly did not advance toward her and shot her weapon. One witness say Holly shot from her trunk. Another witness say Holly shot from the sidewalk. But we see a body and a pool of blood right by the front door of Holly's car. Right by the front door of Holly's car. Okay? And then we also see blood on Holly's pants leg, socks and shoes. The evidence don't match up. The evidence does not match up. Okay? Blood on the shoes and the socks and the pants. It actually matters more than people realize, okay? Shoes, socks, and the lower pants. Where does this come from? Well, it usually comes from very close proximity at the moment of collapse or stepping into the blood immediately as the body falls, okay? It does not align with standing several feet back. Oh, she shot from the trunk of her vehicle. It does not align with firing from behind the trunk, and it definitely does not align with firing from the sidewalk. Okay? And it also does not align with remaining stationary while the victim collapsed somewhere else. Okay? Let me get these people out of here. Oh, they're getting mad, y'all. Some of these people in here getting very, very mad. Hold on one second. Oh, never mind. I read you wrong. I'm sorry, baby. I read you wrong. Okay, I read you wrong. Okay, I'm glad I read it again because, baby, you was about to go to the upper room. Okay, but I read you wrong, so I'm not even gonna call it out. So anyway, again, blood of the shooter, shoes, socks, and pants, right, means that they were very close proximity at the moment of collapse. Okay, now let's continue. The body location in front of the car, we see that. The body location in front of the black car. When I say in the front, I mean just not by the trunk. I'm saying on the side of the door. The side of the door, all right? Localized blood. We see the blood right here. You don't see this little gray spot. That is a pool of blood, all right? So localized blood pooling, blood transfer onto the shooter, front to back wound per the autopsy, and a tight car alignment. The only coherent physical explanation for this is what? The victim and the shooter were in close proximity near the black car at the moment of the shooting, and the victim collapsed there almost immediately. That's what this screams. That's what this says. That's what this says. Okay? The scenario is incompatible with the victim, which is Romika, calmly walking away by her own car. Did not happen. Okay? The shooter remained behind the trunk. Did not happen. Or a distant disengagement shooting. Did not happen. It did not happen. It did not happen. Now, why does this matter legally? Well, it matters because what this shows is some of the witness narratives, witness 3 and witness number 5, cannot be reconciled with the physical evidence. It does not match. It does not match. You can't just take what a witness say and move with it. It has to match. It has to make sense. And it does not match. It does not make sense. It does not line up. Especially the claim of disengagement. Come on. Disengagement, stationary firing, firing from the sidewalk. It does not match. It does not match. All right. But guess what it does do? Let's talk about that for a moment. Guess what it does do? It creates reasonable doubt. It creates reasonable doubt in the state narrative. Okay. If the state is to believe witness number 3 and witness number 5, then this creates reasonable doubt. Because the autopsy report, the crime scene report, the forensic reports, it does not match the witness report. It has to match, okay? The positioning of the people does not match, all right? Any narrative that depends on separation and calm disengagement, it doesn't show that. It doesn't show disengagement, not at all, okay? So again, witness number 5 literally just created more reasonable doubt by saying, 1, that there was no fight, but she witnessed the fight while she was driving, and then the rest of it while she was at work. 2, matter of fact, hold on. I actually did a side-by-side. Let me bring up that side-by-side right quick. I'm going to let y'all see the side-by-side. Let's get to the side-by-side. So I found that to be hilarious, actually. All right. We're going to talk about what witness number 3 said, that same thing as witness number 5. And then we're going to talk about the inconsistencies in witness number 3 versus witness number 5. I did that one in here, so we're going to get to it. All right. All right. So let's go here. Give me a second because I put it all together. All right, so what matched? Well, let's talk about what didn't match first, and then we'll talk about what matched. Let's talk about what did not match first. Witness number 3 says that there were 10-second pauses in between the shots, right? 10-second pauses. Shot, pause, shot, pause, shot, pause, shot, pause, shot, pause. She said she heard 5 shots and there was 10-second pauses in between them, right? Witness number 5 said that I heard 4 shots and it happened very fast. She said very, okay, very fast, all right? So right there, one is saying that there was a pause, meaning that there was, time to think about it, like, boom, I'm gonna get you. Boom, I'll make sure you're dead. Boom, no, I'm not done. Boom, or whatever, right? However, number 3 said pauses. Number 5 says not, all right? They both cannot be true. A pause suggests time to reflect. Like I said, time to think about what it is you're doing. Pause, boom, and it supports intent and knowledge. Rapid shots, boom, 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 no matter how many it is, it supports sudden escalation, which undercuts deliberation, which means undercut intent. So which one we going with, y'all? Y'all put it in the chat. Are we going with witness number 3 that supports intent because it shows time to reflect? So are we going with number 3 that said there was pauses? Are we going with number 5 that said it happened very fast? Which one we going with? And I know we're not going with none of them, but I'm just asking y'all, just pick one. It don't even have to be what it is. Just pick. I just want to see the difference. I just want to see the different numbers. Who's going with number 3, witness number 3? Who's going with witness number 5? Because both of them cannot be true. Both of them cannot be true. Who says that there was rapid shots? Fast. Boom, 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 boom. That undercuts intent. Or who going with number 3? There were pauses. That supports intent. Time to reflect. Making sure that she is a goner. So which one? 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5. Which one we going with? Which one are we going with? Number 3, number 5, because both of them can't be true, but they both come from state witnesses. Okay? All right. So that's the difference. All right. So that's a contradiction. All right. And it's one of the most important contradictions in a first-degree murder trial. Why? Because timing equal mental state. It tells your mental state. Okay. Was it quickly? Boom, 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 boom. Or was it slow? Boom. 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 Which one was it? Which one was it? All right, let's continue. Another contradiction is victim position and movement at the moment of shooting. Witness number 3 said the victim was kind of walking away. She was not charging Holly at all. She was kind of turning away, walking back to her car, is what witness number 3 said. She was kind of walking away, trying to get away from her. She had turned, walking toward her car. Witness number 5 says she was coming out of a restraint, out a choke/bear hug type hold. Okay. But now, during that witness number 3 statement, she doubled back, right? I actually think she said the first one that I'm going to say. Then she came back and said she was kind of walking away. So witness number 3 also said that she was coming out of restraints. So witness number 3 actually said 2 different things. Witness number 3 said that she was coming out of the restraints, but she was walking away, like going toward her car. Witness number 5 said that she was coming out of restraints. Okay. Now, one described disengagement, which is number 3. She was walking away, kind of turning, going toward her car, while the other one described active of physical entanglement, meaning that Carlos was restraining her when she broke loose and the shots was fired, right? However, what does the crime scene say? If Carlos was restraining her and she was coming out of restraints, which both of the witnesses actually said that, witness number 3 and witness number 5. But witness number 3 just put a little bit more sugar on top. She said she was kind of turning a little bit, like going toward her car. She turned a little bit. She turned like as if she was going back toward her car, right? If that's the case, and they both said that, then where's the victim body? Where is the victim's body? If she came out restraints of Carlos at the time of shooting, shouldn't she be right where she came out of restraints at? But somehow she ends up at the door of Holly's vehicle. Let's continue. Was there an active physical struggle? Witness number 3 described beating up, slamming the door in the back, and a chokehold restraint from witness number 1, Carlos. She described physical restraint and a struggle mechanism. Witness number 5 state, I ain't never seen a fight. I never seen any physical fight, only arguing. But she did say that he had her in a bear hole trying to stop the fight. So she contradicted her damn self. I never saw a physical fight, but I saw him holding her in a bear hug trying to stop the fight. Okay? So witness number 3 says that he was beating the door in her back and he was choking her like in a chokehold, right? Meaning like Carlos was trying to abuse Romika, is what number 3 was saying. Number 5 saying he was trying to prevent her from a physical fight. So which one is it? Which one are we believing? Was he beating her ass? That's witness number 3. Or was he trying to prevent a physical fight? Witness number 5. Which one we doing? Which one we going to go with? Was Carlos whooping Romika's ass for no reason whatsoever? Or was he trying to restrain her from fighting Holly? Which one we going with? Number 3, number 5. Number 3, number 5. Number 3, number 5. Because these are state witnesses, okay? Which one we going with? Which one we going with? 3 or 5? Was Carlos beating her ass, bamming the door into her back, choking her, putting her in a chokehold? Or are we going with the bear hug, trying to prevent her, holding her by her waist, trying to prevent her from getting at Holly? Which one we going to? Or she didn't say getting at Holly. She actually said from preventing a fight, okay? He was trying to physically hold her, trying to stop a fight, stop her from fighting, right? Which one we going with, all right? The credibility collapse. They collide with each other. They go like this, y'all. Boom, okay? Boom. They're both the state witnesses. Both of them are the state witnesses, but they collide. Carlos was beating her ass and holding her by the neck. Carlos was stopping her from attacking her. Boom, boom, boom is what they do, okay? Let's continue. The defendant's physical proximity to the victim. Witness number 3 implies close proximity. I don't know how witness number 3, okay. I guess they mean somewhere along in her statement, okay, when she said they was up in each other's face and Carlos was standing in between them or whatnot. So that implies close. But witness number 5 state defendant was not physically near the victim. Oh, okay. So number 3 says that Holly ran toward Romika's car, banging on the car hood. Get out, bitch. Get out. Fight, bitch. Fight. Witness number 5 kind of said the same thing, but not the banging on the car. She said that Holly advanced toward Romika, provoking her, right? But then witness number 5 came back and said the defendant, which is Holly, was not physically near the victim. So one says Holly advanced toward Romika, provoking her. And witness number 5 actually said that too. But at a different point in her statement, she says, Holly was not physically near the victim. States the defendant was not physically near the victim. Said Holly was not physically near the victim. So was she near Romika or not? Where are we going? Witness number 3, witness number 5. Was she near the victim or was she not near the victim? But medical evidence at the scene layout indicate close proximity, making this a meaningful contradiction, okay? Medical evidence says otherwise. Medical evidence says, oh, yes, she was near the victim. Actually, it says the victim was near her. The victim was near her, okay? Distance affects whether the shooting appeared reactive or deliberate. Distance matters. If there's evidence that Holly was on the sidewalk and fired from the sidewalk, and that Romika was standing by her white vehicle, then guess what? Holly would be up the creek without a paddle, okay? She would be up the creek without a paddle, but medical evidence doesn't say that. Medical evidence says what? She got blood on her pants, which means that they were close. She dropped by Holly's vehicle. The white vehicle is Romika's. The black one is Holly. The pooling of the blood is only in one location. Contradictions, contradictions, contradictions. Okay? Now, let's talk about another differences of witness number 3 and witness number 5. Now, this is not a big deal, but I'm going to mention it anyway. And the reason why I say it's not a big deal because one say they heard 5 shots, another one say they heard 4 shots, and we found out it's just 3 shots. That's not a big of a difference. And the reason being is because when you shoot your gun, sometimes if you're in an area, the sound of a gunshot echoes. So it'll echo and bounce off a building or whatever. Not literally bounce off the building. I'm talking about just the noise, not the bullet itself, but the noise bounce off a building, and it makes you appear that you heard more when you only heard 3, but it sounds like you heard more because of the echoing. Okay, so even though it did point that out, it says a secondary differences between the 2 witnesses. Witness number 3 says she heard 5 shots. Witness number 5 said she heard 4 shots. But again, that's not a big deal, so I'm not going to go into that. Now, sequence detail versus event speed. All right, so witness number 3 provides a detailed step-by-step narrative as if she was there and heard every word that came out of their mouth, right? Even though we know that she wasn't there for a good bit of this because she was on the bus, getting dropped off on the bus, moving forward, crossing the street, had her baby, ducking behind the buildings and all of that shit, right? So she wasn't there for most of it. However, she gives a detailed step-by-step narrative. This happened, and then she breathed, and then she looked to the left, and then she looked down, and she sneezed. She bit off a bologna sandwich. Then she came back up. She passed gas, and then she looked around and said, I got a license to carry. Okay, so witness number 3 was very detailed with her step-by-step narrative, her storytelling, right? Well, where witness number 5 says the events happened very fast. I don't even know how that's a difference or whatever, right? But it says that witness number 3 provide a detailed step-by-step, and witness number 5 says that events happen very fast. All right. The more detailed the story, the more detailed the story in a fast event, the more courts question post-event reconstruction. Okay, so one I'm saying it happened so fast. The other one's saying, oh, this will happen here, and this will happen here, and this will happen here, telling step-by-step detail. So basically is what it's saying is witness number 3 draw it out like it was, a long time coming, like it happened over a period of time. Whereas witness number 5 saying it happened very, very fast. Okay. Very, very fast. So both can't be the same. Both can't be true. All right. But that's a small difference. All right. Let's talk about where they actually said something similar. All right. The same thing. This is where they agreed. This was not any contradictions here. Witness number 3 said Romika had nothing in her hands. Witness number 5 said the victim was unarmed. So they both are saying that, all right? They both are saying that it was nothing in their hands. However, that is not determinative of a self-defense or intent, all right? But they both did agree that Romika did not have a weapon. And then in my opinion, well, we'll get back to that in a minute. Okay, the next one is the defendant retrieved the gun from her vehicle. So witness number 3 said that she went to her vehicle to get her gun. Witness number 5 went to her vehicle to get a gun. Now, I'm going to leave that up to Ari. What do I mean by I'm going to leave that up to Ari? Ari said that she didn't go to her vehicle to get a gun. She said that she had it on her person. I just want Ari to break down how could either of the witnesses see Holly go to her car and retrieve a weapon if they were not right there on the scene. If one was looking from her office window, right? Because she said she went back to work and she was looking out the window. If one was looking out her office window and one claimed they were standing by the smoothie shop, how the hell do they know what Holly got out her car? Let's just say Holly did go back to her car. Holly and her attorney is saying she did not. Holly and her attorney is saying that she got it off her person. But how the hell do they know that Holly didn't go get a piece of bubble gum because her breath was kicking? How do they know Holly didn't go take a sip of her Coca-Cola that was sitting in the front console? How the fuck do they know it was a gun? How do they know she went to her car and pulled out a gun? Now, I can see if the gun was an AK-47 or M16, a long hand rifle. But the gun in which she allegedly used is a handheld pistol. How in the world can they see her retrieving a pistol out of her vehicle? So again, I'm going to let that stay in Ari's field or whatever. I mean, all of this is in Ari's field, but Ari is going to have to break that one down. I'm not an attorney. However, I will eat that shit up because, baby, I'm going to need you to prove that that's what she went in her car and got out, okay? Nevertheless, but they both says that she went to her car and retrieved a weapon as if they were right there on the scene. Now, if they said they were right there on the scene to where they can prove that she went and reached in her glove department or wherever the hell and got her weapon and fired, then I would be like, okay, they was on the scene. But one says she witnessed this shit from the window of her workplace, which again, I don't know where her workplace is and don't care. And the other one said that she was at the smoothie shop or standing in front of the smoothie shop. Yeah, okay. Ari, do your job on that. All right. The next one that they said that were the same is that verbal statements that were made. Witness number 3 mentioned yelling and provocation. Bitch, I'm gonna shoot you, bitch. And witness number 5 said that Holly said, I'm licensed to carry. So they both basically says that Holly yells something in that regard. Bitch, I'm gonna go get my gun and I'm gonna shoot you, or I'm licensed to carry. Now, they ain't the same, but they both say they heard something, okay? All right, now, let's talk about why this structure matters in first-degree murder trials, okay? Let's talk about, so the court concentrates on more basically material contradictions and not minor memory differences, okay? So these contradictions hit timing, distance, threat level, opportunity to reflect. When the state witnesses contradict each other, their own witness contradict each other on these points, then the jury is allowed to discuss both accounts, reject the state's timeline, or find reasonable doubt on intent, all right? So again, this what matters in court. Timing, distance. When I say timing, I mean timing in between the shots, okay? So timing, distance, threat level, and opportunity to reflect, okay? So that matters to the jury. It matters to the court, and it's going to matter to the jury. Both of these witnesses are on the same team, so to speak. They're both the state's witness, and some of them contradict themselves, okay? So now the jury is going to have to say, well, damn, who do we believe? Do we believe that there was pauses? Do we believe that the shots happened rapidly? Do we believe that she was retreating? Do we believe that she was just stationary with her hand over her chest? Do we believe that Carlos was pushing Holly back because Holly was being the aggressor? Do we believe that Carlos was pushing Ramika back because she was being the aggressor? Do we believe that she was walking away to her car, or do we believe that she was advancing forward? Do we believe that Carlos was beating her ass and had her in a chokehold, or do we believe that he was holding her back with a bear hug to prevent her from getting at Holly? Which one do we believe? Which one do we believe? This is a jury. Which one do we believe? Reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt. Okay. Now, I went back because witness number 3 and 5 contradict their own statements. Okay. Now, I read some of them. I'm going to go back over the contradiction of their own statements. Witness number 3, she contradicts her own statement by saying the victim was disengaging, walking away, like going toward her car, She was not charging. She was not aggressive at all. But she also says the shots were fired immediately upon being released from a chokehold. Let me just read it directly. It says, witness number 3 states, and this is paraphrased, the victim was walking away. The victim was going around to her car. The victim was not charging. The victim was not aggressive at the moment the shots was fired. That all described disengagement, right? But then she contradicts herself and says the victim was breaking free from that awful chokehold that Carlos had on her after beating her ass with the door. All right. In the same narrative framework, witness number 3 states Carlos had the victim in a chokehold, restraining her. The victim was coming out. She kind of slipped out a little bit and broke free from that hold. And then the shooting occurred during or immediately after that moment. This described active physical struggle. So which one was it? Was she retreating on her own? Like, fuck you, Holly, I'm out of here. I'm going to my car. I ain't got time for you. I got a job to go to. I love my son and I want to be there for my son. And I'm not about to stoop to your childish ass level or whatever. And I'm up out of here. Or did she break free from restraints? Did she break free from a very physical restraints to get at Holly? Which one is right? Which one is right? Her first one or the second one, y'all? Tell me. This is just for witness number 3. Are we believing her first account or the second one? Did she break free going toward her vehicle, or did Holly fire the moment she broke free from the chokehold? What did she say? Fuck you, Holly, I'm out of here, and walk toward her car? Or did she break free from restraints to get at Holly? Which one was it? Which one was it? This is number 3 saying the same thing. She contradicts her own statement, okay? Let's talk about why both of these statements cannot be true. A person cannot simultaneously be walking away and disengaging, right? And breaking free from physical restraints. Which one was it? She was shot when she was walking away, being the nice prom queen that a lot of people want to believe that she is. So was she shot walking away, disengaging, being the bigger person? Or was she shot trying to physically tear loose of the restraints that Carlos had on her, trying to prevent her from fighting Holly, trying to prevent her from advancing toward Holly? Which one? Did she break free from the restraints? Or did she get away and walk away and said, I ain't got time for this mess. You're small compared to me. I'm not worried about you. You're a little person. You ain't shit. Huh? You a dust bucket. I'm out of here. I ain't got time for your foolishness. Right? Which one was she doing? Well, the body says that she damn sure wasn't going back to her car. And the body also says she wasn't breaking free without trying to cause no conflict. She wanted the conflict. She wanted the engagement. and she advanced forward, okay? So again, both of them cannot be true. She cannot be disengaging while advancing forward. Cannot be true, all right? Now, in a first degree murder case, this matters legally, all right? So again, credibility problems in witness number 3 and credibility problems in witness number 5. But that is for Ari to point out or whatever. However, it tears into the state's narrative of intent. It contradicts intent to kill. The contradiction concerns the exact instant deadly force was used, okay? That moment determines intent, knowledge, threat, perception, reasonableness. And it contradicts, number 3 contradicts it, and so does number 5. It contradicts the prosecutor's narrative. It weakens the state's claim, okay? One say pause, one say very fast. Which the hell one was it? Which one was it? It's inconsistencies is what it is, all right? Which weakens the state's claim. All right, I'm trying to get back to witness number 5. Okay, witness number 5 contradicts herself by saying Holly advanced forward. She moved in a direction toward Romika, provoking her, right? And advancing toward her. And then she fired. Now let's read what she said again about the firing, because the way she said it is if she fired in her face, but then all of a sudden she says she fired behind the thing. All right, let's go back. It says, from her vantage point, it appears that witness 1 is grabbing the victim and kind of like a hug in an effort to stop the fight. She says the witness 1 is trying to push the victim away and telling the victim that the defendant had a gun. All right, so then they go over that. So then let's go to the next one. Then it says, while the witness 1 had the victim in a hug. So let's go back. While Carlos had Romika in a hug. This is what witness number 5 says. While Carlos had Romika in a hug, Holly approached Romika. And then Holly appeared to be trying to provoke her. This is while in a hug, right? While she's in a hug, Holly provoked Romika. Now let's go back a little bit. Witness number 3 said Holly approached Romika while Romika was sitting in the car. Raise your hand if you remember that. This shit getting gooder and gooder. I swear to God. Witness number 3 said that Romika was sitting in her car when Holly approached her car, banged on the hood, and said, "Get out, bitch. Fight me, bitch. Get out." Now witness number 5 says that Holly approached Romika while Carlos had her in a hug. Which one? Did he have her in a hug or was she in the car? Y'all tell me. Witness number 3, Holly approached while she was in a hug. Oh, excuse me. Witness number 5, Holly approached while Carlos had her in a hug. Or witness number 3, Holly approached while she was sitting in her car. Which one? 3, sitting in a car, Holly approached. 5, Carlos had her in a hug when Holly approached. Which one is it, y'all? I swear you can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. I swear. The state couldn't even get his goddamn witnesses to say the same shit. I'm done. Which one y'all believe? Witness 3 or witness 5? She was in her car or she was in the bear hug. I know y'all ain't put none because y'all don't believe witness number 3 or 5. And I understand it. I get it because they both crazy. She said, I'm going to go by the forensics. I know, right? Go by the forensics, baby. Hey, I don't blame you. Okay. So again, witness number 5 says Holly approached Romika and Holly appeared to be trying to provoke Romika. She says that Carlos was trying to calm Romika And it said this particular witness never saw a physical fight. They were just arguing, all right? But it says that she approached while Carlos had her in a hug. That's what it says. States that while the witness, number one, which is Carlos, had Romika in a hug, the defendant approached the vehicle. She approached the vehicle. And the defendant appeared to be trying to provoke her. She says the witness one was trying to calm victim one, which is Carlos, was trying to calm Romika. This particular witness never saw a physical fight. They were just arguing. She's watching the fight first from her car and then from her workplace. So she started watching the fight first and then from her workplace. Oh my goodness, Lord Jesus, help her, Lord. And she said, then from her workplace, where we at? Which is down the street from where this happened on Cermak. Now, I said I wasn't going to do this. I said I wasn't going to do this. I said I was going to let Ari do her damn job, and which I'm still going to let her do her job. However, now I'm about to be nosy. Look what y'all got me doing, being nosy. I wasn't even trying to be nosy. I was not trying to be nosy. But now I got to be nosy. Now I want to be nosy. I just want to be nosy. All right, y'all, hold on. This shit get gooder and gooder, I swear. Give me a second. Now I want to be nosy. Nosy posy. I want to be nosy. I want to be nosy, y'all. Okay, this is White Castle. All right, hold on. Let's be nosy together. Can we be nosy together? Can we be nosy together? Let's be nosy together. Together forever. Together forever, forever. Let's be nosy together. All right. So we just gonna be nosy, y'all. Just for a second. We gonna be nosy together. So I just pulled up the crime scene. And I just want to see. So that means she must work in these buildings right here in order to be able to see. She has to work either here. So she had to work either here. She said she drove past and then she saw the rest from her workplace. So if she worked there, those are the windows. Then she does have an advantage point. Well, it's back a little bit. Hold on, it's the third car. The third car right here. So then her view will be obstructed by trees. And I don't know how full the trees are in September. But if it's the third car, which would be the white car. Hold on. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. If it's the third car, then y'all. I mean, I'm not there. I can't tell how close that building. I can't tell how close that building is. It looked kind of far, but then again, I can't really tell. Okay. So I can't tell how close this building right here is. But other businesses that she would have say she's seen would have to be over here. Okay. It would have to be someone over here to say that they watch the rest from their job, which means Sharks, the smoothie station, or oh, that looks like the smoothie building as well. Okay, so this whole thing is the smoothie building because there's a smoothie in the window right here. If you guys can see, it's a smoothie picture. So that's a smoothie. So it's only sharks and the smoothie that either those two would have had to, let me see if anything is down here. Is any businesses down here? I'm just trying to see how she could see a fight from her vantage point. I can't even go down that damn street. Well, anyway, I don't see anything down there. Do y'all? I don't see anything. Okay, let's go back. So it had to be somewhere over here. So either the smoothie shop or sharks, or either this big white building right here. That's the only thing that I could think of that she could say that she's seeing anything from her vantage point. Oh, come on, let me turn. Oh shit. Why they ain't let me turn, y'all? Anyway. Anyway, so either the white building or either this white building right here, which I don't know the time of the year or whatever. When I zoom in a little closer though, it does look like they can see. It looks actually close. David, do you know if no, there's no other buildings right there. So do you know if they can see from this building right here? Because I can't tell. I mean, when you do it far out, it looks far away. But when you do it close up, it looks like it's right there. And again, I don't know if these trees was there in September. It's a different time of the year. Amora is taking us on the wrong side of the street. Duck the cars, y'all. There's no other business right there. David, you can see. Yes, you can see from right there. Okay. All right. So David said you can see from right here. So it had to be this building. All right. So now what this is my concern. And if I was attorney, which I'm not, and I'm not getting paid the big bucks to break, to solve the whole case. But what I will say is, she said she was driving by and she saw, you said yes, though. Wait a minute, you said yes, the trees was right there, or yes, she could see from right there? Which one? Oh, you said both. You said yes, you can see from right there, and then you said yes, those trees were right there. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know which one you're saying. Can she see? Oh, both. Okay, you saying both. All right. So David said you could see and the trees were right there. All right. So this is my thing though. Now, a building like this, it looks like one of those professional buildings that may have some type of parking garage to it, right? Oh, this is a senior living place. Hold on. This is a senior living home. Do y'all see that? This says look like Willard Apartments Family and Senior Living Home. This is apartments. Did y'all know that? I thought this was office buildings where a bunch of people work. No, that's the project building. What's the project building? Because it says senior living, David. Hold on, let me drop the link because am I reading this right? It looks like a senior living home. I'm dropping the link. She said, go to the green line. There's a parking lot over there where cars park. That could also be where she was sitting in her car from what I saw looking at the street view. All right, David, is this a senior living home?
It's mixed. It's seniors that live in that building and families. It's Section 8 housing.
Oh,
It's like
wait a minute.
that's not the only building that's right there. It's like 3 other buildings that's in that area right there. The Hilliard homes. That's the last like project in Chicago.
So, okay. So if this is the case, damn, I'm trying to turn this. Hold on, let me just go back because I'm trying to get to right here. Let's go right here.
That actually
So,
that aerial view that you just showed will show all the buildings over in that section right there.
okay, let's go back to the area view then.
See,
So,
it's
oh,
another
right
one
here,
right there,
1,
and
2,
then that building right
and then
there.
these over here.
Yeah, those are
Yeah,
private
but ain't
buildings.
no way you're gonna be able to see. So where do these people park? Do they got? Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
They
But
don't
do they
have
have?
parking. No, they don't have parking. You got to park on the
So,
street.
huh?
Well, there's a lot right there. There's a parking lot right there.
I'm gonna say they don't park on the street, do they?
No, it's a parking lot right there. And then if you go down by like what's that, 18th, not 18th, but where that Chase building is. Yeah, you see around back right there. That's
Yeah,
the
but
parking lot too. That's the parking lot
so
too.
okay. So if the person worked here, which we don't know if she did or not, right? But if the person worked here, they said they started seeing the fight while they were driving, and then the rest of it when they got to their job. So through parking your vehicle, parking your vehicle, walking up to your job, coming in, checking in, clocking in, whatever you do. And then the first thing you do is go to the window and look out. Because most people, when they go to work, they speak to people. They clock in. They say, "Hey, I'm here." Do you really just go to work and go right back to looking out the window? Is that how shit goes? Or shit, I don't want to miss this. Let me go. Let me go over there and see what's going on. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out how. Anyway, that's not for me to figure out. But anyway, but you're saying that they can see from this window, these windows right here.
Yeah, I mean you can't necessarily if you high up, you can't see through them trees. Nah, those trees are right there during September.
But if someone worked here, they would be what, a nurse or would they be okay? So these are apartments, or is this a type of I mean, you
That's
said
a
Section 8.
Yeah, it's
So
like
is
Section
this
8 house. It's seniors that live there, and it's regular families that live in that building.
but if someone works here, are they working with the seniors inside of the apartments, or are they actually in like an office space?
She could have either been in an office space or she could have been a janitor.
Okay. I guess I was just trying to figure out how would, unless they in one of these apartments, how would they see? But okay. But that ain't for me to figure out. That's for the defense to figure out if they need to, or the state, because the state's the one that have to prove their witness accounts. You know what I'm saying? The state
Yeah.
have to prove how she was able to see. If they have to prove how both of them was able to see witness number, which somebody did tell me that they went and walked this crime scene. They said, I'm a Holly supporter, but you can see from this smoothie shop, you can see standing over here real good, is what they told me, that you can see. They even actually said that you can see from all the way down here. They said that you can see that spot from the CTA bus station. They said that you can literally stand here and see what's going on down there. So it must be closer than what people have said. But one girl walked it for me. Hold on, let me see if I can pull. She sent me a video. Let me see if I can pull that up right quick. So is it close? Because I know you walked it too, but
Yeah, the video I sent you.
Yeah, but you didn't walk from the train. You walked from the alley though, right?
I walked from. Remember, I went right up to the. I went up right up to the bus sign and the door of the green line.
So this young lady walked it for me, and then she took her camera. I'm gonna show you what she sent me. Let me put it up right quick because she went and walked it.
When I walked it, I said to myself, "There's so much things that's in the way that would obstruct your view, like those black lamp poles."
The black lamp view from the bus stop to the crime scene. Okay, she gave me some more stuff. Hold on.
Like the black lamp poles would obstruct your view from looking at what's going on in the street.
Okay, I don't know if this one is this a video. Oh no, that's not a video. Okay, let me play this one too. I should have played this one right when she gave it to me, but I didn't. All right, I definitely want to play. Let's play this one first. All right, let's put this down for a second and let's play. Which one is the video? Is it this? I think this. All right. Okay, this is the crime scene. Now, this is her cell phone. So just looking at it right here, I mean, I don't know. It looked like a distance to me, but the damn green line look a distance from me. But let me just play it. So she crossing the street. Y'all just cross the street without the sign telling y'all to, breaking all type of laws and shit. I'm gonna put it on mute so we don't have to listen to the traffic. Oh shit.
With all that traffic going on, you're not hearing anything from the green line.
She's gonna have to prove that though, you know? All right, so, and then she gave me another video, but just from right here, just from the crime scene to the green line, that seems a little far. Even the crime scene to the smoothie shop seemed a little farther than what, no. I'm just trying to see, like, could you possibly have, I don't know. To me, it looked like you got to get almost at the end of here to be able to see what somebody got going on in a vehicle. Then again, I don't know. That ain't for me. All right, so that's that one. Let's take that one down. Is this about right from your knowledge?
Yeah.
This distance and all? Okay.
Yeah.
So would you consider that pretty close, or what would you
I would
consider that?
that far.
Yeah, I would think so too. Now this one, she just did like a little photo. And this is she's at the green line. I think that's the one. Let me go back to it. She's at the green line and she's looking down at the crime scene.
Yeah, that's
Do you
the
see how
green line.
far it is though?
Yeah, that's the green line on the side of the street that's heading east.
Right, that she got off on. So she got off right here. So she turned around and took a screenshot, and because the crime scene is over here, right? But she took a screenshot from just where she was. Oh, sorry. Oh, let's put it back where it was. And so how could you see? How the hell? I just don't get this. Seems pretty freaking far to me. I wouldn't be able to tell somebody reaching in their car and what they getting. I wouldn't even be able to tell if they got in their damn car. You know?
Granted, too, witness number 3 got off the bus and she kept walking forward. She didn't turn around. She kept walking forward.
Well, she walked forward because that's the only way you can cross over, is from what I was told. Because the person that did this said that she walked it, and she said that it's because when you get off that bus, you have to walk a little further to see. Okay, so D. Lewis said you can see, but it's not clear view to see step to step. Okay, so you're saying you can see, but you can't see clear. All right, so I have another photo, and this photo just shows, I guess, proximity to the view of where the smoothie station is at, and I think this is it. Is it? Oh no, that's not what I'm trying to show you. That's the other one. Okay, let me take that down. This one shows you as if you're passing the smoothie, if you're passing the crime scene, that's how close the smoothie station, because that would have been the third car. In front of this car would have been the third car. And I guess that's how close the Sharks and the smoothie station is to this area. So I don't know. It would definitely take somebody from being from there to know just how close or how far this is away. Ari said it's still 350 feet away, but I think she's meaning 350 feet away from the green line. But nevertheless, so I guess they will find out where the young lady works at during the trial, because I'm sure Ari, being a good attorney, is going to ask, how was she able to see anything from her workplace? And the time that she got out of her car, grabbed her things, went into her office, and got into her workspace, there's a gap. So it seems like no witness saw everything from the beginning to the end. There's gaps, right? So, I don't know how that's going to work, but there's something missing. So you can't say that there was no fight when there's gaps, right? You can't say that Romika didn't strike her when there's gaps. So there's a lot that you cannot see. Now, witness number 3 and witness number 5 claim that they saw the shooting, okay? Number 3 said that she was standing by the smoothie shop when she witnessed it. And this lady claimed 2 things. Did you hear that, David? She claimed 1, she walked down after the shots. And then 2, she said when she got there, she was standing on the back of her trunk when she fired the shots. So which one are we to believe? Did she walk down after the shots, or was she there when the shots were fired? This is witness number 5.
It's a whole lot of contradictory shit from what I could tell. The stories ain't matching.
It's not.
And
it's not matching.
Witness number 3 and witness number 5 stories actually contradict each other. So
in some ways they do.
That means, right, in some ways they do. So either somebody gonna recant their statement or somebody going to jail for lying, one or the other.
I don't think they're going to go to jail for lying, but I think
Perjury,
that...
I mean.
No, I don't even think they're going to go to jail for perjury. I just think that the contradiction or the inconsistencies in their statement, it brings reasonable doubt. But they're not going to go to jail. They're not going to get perjury for this. What's going to happen is, because it has to be deliberate lies, right? I mean, like deliberate. And I think that it has to be like over something more serious than this, right? So I don't think they're going to go to jail. But I do think that the jury will be forced to believe one over the other. And how do you do that? How do you believe one witness? Exactly, is reasonable doubt. You cannot take, you can't say, oh, I believe witness number 3. Or, oh, I believe witness number 5. When they both have inconsistencies. Because if you believe witness number 5, then if you believe witness number 5 and say the shots was fired quickly, but she was standing at her trunk, right? That doesn't match up to the crime scene. But then if you say, oh, I'm going to believe witness number 3, then witness number 3 says a couple of things, that she was retreating. She was sitting in her car when Holly came up to her car, provoking her. But then how did Romika body get by the car? So I just think that both witnesses, believe it or not, will cause reasonable doubt. Their statements alone has so much reasonable doubt in there because they're inconsistent. They contradict themselves. They contradict themselves in their own statement, and then they go a little further and contradict each other. So yeah, some of the things are the same. Oh, she didn't have no weapon in her hand. And then how do you know that? How sitting at your job, wherever your job is at, how do you know that she didn't have a weapon in her hand? Listen, let's go back and look at this video right quick. It took real tea to point out that she had scissors in her hand to me because things was going so fast. So let's go back to the video in which I showed you guys where she was coming at him with the scissors, okay? So I'm just trying to figure out at what point could they clearly tell that she did not have a weapon in her hand? Because let's look at this. I'm gonna keep it on mute. When the scissors come up, when she points them, I want you, without us pointing it out. Well, I am gonna point it out. I'm gonna stop the video, but I want you to just see. And this is watching a video from a desktop, but from a window, from a car, from across the street. I want to ask you this question. Hold on. Could you tell if she had something in her hand? Could you tell? She got her finger balled up and her hands balled up a little bit, and she's pointing her finger. I know that the logo is in the way, but could you tell that she has a pair of scissors in her hand?
No.
I can't we could tell just right there, but like if you're far distance, would you be able to tell that? So how do they know if she had a weapon in her hand or not? How do they know that? How do they not know that she don't even have a blade in her hand, a box cutter in her hand, anything in her hand? But they both so adamant with saying, and she didn't have a weapon in her hand. But how do you know that from your vantage point? How was you able to see what was in her hands or not? I don't understand that. How in the world could they see that? They were not there on the scene when they were going back and forth. Like when I say on the scene, out of their vehicles, watching right there, they were not. But she has a pair of scissors in her hand that somewhat blends in. It somewhat blends in. Now, of course, you see the blade sticking downward, and that's because I'm kind of, talking about it and zooming in, right? But as far as you looking out of your window at work, or you standing across the street at the smoothie shop, how in the hell can you tell if she has scissors in her hand, a blade in her hand, a box cutter in her hand, anything in her hand? She didn't have a weapon. She didn't have a weapon. I believe that the reason why, let me tell you my theory. I believe that witness number 5 and witness number 3 went back and told the state a lot of their statement after this thing went viral, and they picked so much stuff up from the news and other podcasters. I believe witness number 5 picked up things from online or the news or social media. And I believe that's what she said. Now, she may work there. She may work in the area, and she probably told somebody, hey, I work down the street. I ain't seen shit, but I'm going to go in there because they want Holly in jail so bad.
And witness number 5 didn't give her statement until late December. She had plenty of months to be looking and listening on the internet to what was going on.
I heard that she did not give her statement until December, which means what? If she didn't give her statement until December, all this stuff that she didn't heard out here, because all she, in her whole entire statement, she's repeating everything that she heard.
Mhm.
What is she saying? The only thing that we haven't heard is that she was standing back by her trunk. And maybe she wanted, because she probably listened to one of my lives and heard me say that witness number 3 contradicts herself a lot and she's a liar. And she probably was like, oh shit, she's going to get thrown out. I got to do something. So she went down there and gave her testimony or gave her statement or whatever, trying to align with witness number 3's statement. That's my opinion.
Mhm.
That is my opinion. But she didn't do her homework enough. Because what she didn't add it up. She didn't make it fit. You know what I'm saying? She didn't make it fit. You got to make it fit. If Holly advanced toward her, because in one of these statements, let's go back to it. It said, hold on, let's get to it. It said Holly advanced toward her while in a chokehold. How it says, let me read it. It says, states that while the witness 1, which is Carlos, had the victim in a hug, the defendant approached the victim and the defendant appeared to be trying to provoke the victim. This is while being in a hug, right? She said the witness 1 was trying to calm the victim, but this particular witness never saw a physical fight. They were just arguing. She's watching the fight first from her car and then from her workplace, which is just down the street from where this happened on Cermak. She says after the shooting, she walked down to the scene and she said that the defendant was standing by the back bumper of a car when the defendant started shooting. She heard 4 shots. It happened very fast. She stated that witness 1 touched the victim after the shooting. The defendant then put the gun in her car. She states that she's never seen either of these 3 people before and that the defendant appeared to be on the phone after the shooting. She also says that when the defendant shot the victim was just coming out of a chokehold from the witness 1 and stated that the defendant was not physically near the victim. I'm assuming when the shots were fired. So if she wasn't physically near the victim when the shots was fired, she's saying she's basically seen it. That's her way of saying she saw it. Then explain this. Explain how, not that one. Oh, explain this. Explain how Holly got splatters of blood on her. Explain why Ramika's body ended up right by Holly's vehicle. Explain the front to back wound entry in the face and the thigh. Explain that. Explain that. If she wasn't physically near the victim, physically near, she contradicts herself in so many ways. It does not add up. It does not make sense at all. So I don't know what you're thinking.
I see close proximity.
Yep. I do too. That's exactly what I see. I see close proximity. And then if they want to go with the narrative of she was by her trunk, then that means that Holly was getting at the baby. What do you think about that?
They did.
The baby is on.
They did dust Holly's car for fingerprints.
Oh, so Holly's car was dust with fingerprints. Was Ramika fingerprints found on there?
Don't know if it was found on there or not. When they went and picked the car up from the pound, that dust stuff that they put down to pull fingerprints, that was on around the back car door. So I don't know if they were able to pull prints or not.
So I believe number 5 is a let me seal the deal type thing. Let me go there and let me say this, let me say that, because, apparently there's not enough witnesses and the witnesses are not all saying the same thing. So let me go and put my spill on it because I really want Holly in prison. But what she failed to realize is you could say it could be 30 more people come forth and say the same thing, right? But if their statements does not match forensic evidence, medical evidence, crime scene evidence, then it doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter what they say. It has to match. You can't say she was sitting in her car and Holly was advancing toward her, but then all of a sudden her body end up by Holly's car. How? How did it end up by Holly's car? Explain that. Because they're going to ask, since you saw it, since you was watching from your window, how did Romika's body end up by Holly's car? How did it end up? Was she after baby Carlson or was she after Holly? Because she was after one of them. She wasn't there just to put a piece of peppermint on the steering wheel. She was after one of them, either baby Carlson or Holly. Nevertheless, it is Holly's duty as a mother to protect her child, to protect herself and her child. Her duty as a mother. Okay? So I believe witness number 5 came out because witness number 5 was not in the proffer, was not in the, nowhere, involved when they went to court December the 4th. She did her statement later to where January the 7th is when all of a sudden, boom, here she come. Well, that's when the state spoke of her. However, they said they sent Ari some things in discovery, but they omitted that they left 5 out. Now, I want to ask the audience this, and you too, David. Why would the state leave 5 out of the proffer if her statement somewhat aligns with witness number 3? Why would they leave it out? Because they didn't have.
I believe they left it out because they see the holes in 3's statement. And they didn't think nobody was going to catch the holes. So now we got to introduce witness number 5. Because I don't think they were actually planning on using witness number 5. I think that they consider that to be like they're acing the hole.
I don't think that I don't think they had witness number 5 at that time. It wasn't a plan in the. Because why would they put witness number 2 and witness number 4 when they don't have nothing to do with nothing? They don't have nothing to do with nothing. Witness number 4 then already recanted his statement. He said he was a damn guard and he didn't see nothing. Then the only thing he said, I heard her say, I have a license to carry.
He put 2 and 2 together.
And he put 2 and 2 together. She said, Amor, do you think the indictment came after the number 5 witness put their statement in? No. I don't think that they had witness number 5's statement by the time the indictment was in. I think witness number 5 came out of the first court hearing, after the first court hearing. I don't think they came before. She said, I honestly think there is more witness they will come up with the BS. I mean, they better think real hard and explain how did Romika body get there without saying that they drugged the body there with no physical evidence. You got to have physical evidence, right? So I think that whoever else wants to come out and say that they saw the whole thing or whatever, right? I think that they need to think real long and hard and explain how did Romika body get there and how did Holly get blood on her? Because picking her up and dragging her from one location to another, that ain't gonna get it. They ain't gonna get it. She said they playing games with Ari. They need Ari to be caught off guard. Nah, I doubt that. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. I agree they need to be credible. Exactly, they have to be credible. I think witness number 5 came after Ari whooped their star witness down. I think 5 came definitely after the first hearing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's crazy though, because if witness number 5 works at the Hill Yards, let's just say she works right there at the assisted living home. uh, he would have been closer than witness number 3. So wouldn't witness 5 be the star witness?
Say that one more time. Say that again.
I said witness number 5, if she works in that building right there, wouldn't she be the star witness? Because she would have been closer than witness number 3.
No, the star witness is kind of the one that can put the nail in the coffin. Like they've seen the most. They saw majority of it. Witness number 5. Well, both of them were moving. Neither one of them was stationary, right? One was in
But
their car. Well, one was in the car. One was on the bus. One was on the bus with headphones, walking with a stroller, walking in the opposite direction, taken away from the crime scene. The other one was driving by and drove to her workplace, had to get out her vehicle, had to park, get out her vehicle, walk into her workplace, and then look out the window. There's gaps that cannot be explained. So the things that cannot be explained, right? They're going to be asking them, okay, so at what point did you see Holly run up? At what point did you see her run up? What point did you see her provoke? What point did you see? Because witness number 3 said that Holly ran up and provoked while Romika was sitting in the car. Witness number 5 said Holly ran up and provoked while being held in a chokehold. While Romika was being held in a chokehold. Which one is correct? Was she sitting in a car or was she being held with a chokehold? So,
witness
you know,
number. Hello?
yeah, I'm here.
No, I was gonna say witness number 3 also made it seem like she seen everything from the beginning, like seeing Romika pulled up, hopped out, and said, "What the fuck? I just dropped my baby off at school." But when she was riding past on the bus, she was saying that Carlos was beating her in the back with the door. So when did you see the beginning of what happened?
Right.
When she pulled up? When did you see her pull up? Because you
Yeah.
said when you seen him, he was beating her in the back with the door. So
Yeah.
that
And
means
then,
they had to be in the altercation. The everything had to have already started when you seen her getting beat in the back with the door. But you're saying in your statement that you seen it from the beginning, from when Romika pulled up and hopped out and said, what the fuck? I'm just taking my baby to school or something.
right.
I just dropped my baby off.
Right. And then another scenario, she said, when I first saw them, they were just calm, just talking and everything. Sounds like they was just having a nice conversation. And then Holly just came out of nowhere.
So that's 3 contradictions.
Yeah, that's witness number 3. So nevertheless, they got some explaining to do. They have some explaining to do. The evidence does not match. It just, the more witnesses that come forth and try to sprinkle some sugar on it or whatnot, in my opinion, I believe that they're going to hurt this state's case worse than help it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think the state is going to want to even bring out any more witnesses because everything is getting more twisted and twisted. Yeah. Your
Yeah.
witnesses are creating all the reasonable doubt to lose you the case.
Yeah, the witness will, in my opinion, I believe the witness statements will be what creates the reasonable doubt. And because it doesn't fit the state's narrative. The state narrative is that she basically, intended to cold-blooded kill Romika. That was her motive. She was the provoker. She was the aggressor. She wanted this, like she intentionally did this shit. That is what the state is basically saying. That her goal was to create, what the word I'm looking for? Not create, but to do first-degree murder. That's what he's saying. That's what she was setting out to do. Commit. That's what I was trying to say. Her goal was to commit first-degree murder. Her goal was to unalive, eliminate her. Boom, boom, boom. I'm sick of you. Bye. I'm done with you. I'm sick of you. But the evidence does not say that. the fact that, like I said earlier, I don't know if you was here, but the fact that witness number 3 said that she shot her weapon from the trunk of her vehicle, and this is supposed to be allegedly after she advanced forward and provoked Romika. Okay, so how does she get back to her vehicle then? Because walking back to your vehicle, running back to your vehicle, skating back to your vehicle, or skipping back to your vehicle, or kick worming back to your vehicle screams retreating. Retreat, which means disengagement, retreat, which means Holly, if we are to believe that she advanced forward and was provoking her, but the fact that she said that Holly fired from her trunk means that she was retreating. Once you retreat, once you disengage, whoever advanced forward is the aggressor. Let me read this the statement about that one more time. They said, let's go to the part where they said that she was the aggressor. Hold on. Okay, this right here. Let me put this up right here. This statement right here could literally be a live all by itself. I could literally break just this part down, and this can be a live all by itself. But let's talk about it for a second. And I'm gonna zoom in as I do it. So this is what the state wrote, right? Let me get my ruler. Oh, mio, 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 mio. Why? Can y'all see that? Hold on one second. Let me make it bigger. Can y'all see that? Let me just make it a tad bit bigger. Okay, I think y'all can see that, right? All right. So let me get my ruler. Let me get my ruler. Y'all know I like to go to school. I love school. Okay. Now, all right. So right here it says that it's showing a defendant, right? It says it doesn't show a defendant who is not acting in self-defense. I think it meant it doesn't show. Wait a minute, it says, Judge Costello, in first appearance, court shows a defendant. Okay. First appearance court shows a defendant who is not acting in self-defense. It's showing a defendant who clearly committed the detainable offense of first-degree murder, who, despite her concealed carry license, appears to be bragging about it in an attempt to intimidate somebody. Okay? And when that doesn't work in broad daylight, down the street from a school, in this intersection where there are people all around, then pulls out her GUN from her car, shoots the victim, who does not appear to be a threat, right? Who does not appear to be a threat, because as multiple witnesses state, multiple times, the victim never had anything in her hands, was not charging at the defendant. Now, this is where the state got some explaining to do. The state have some explaining to do, right? Because the state says the victim never had anything in her hand, was not charging at the time, or at the defendant, was not charging at the defendant at the time of the shooting. And in fact, was standing there with her arms crossed over her chest, not in an aggressive manner. Okay? If we are to believe that, how do you explain this? If she wasn't charging If she wasn't charging the defendant at the time of the shooting, and she was just standing there, arms crossed over her chest, not in an aggressive manner, why is she over by Holly's car? I would think any reasonable person would believe that she was charging simply because she broke restraints. She broke restraints. You don't break restraints just to walk up to someone and say, hey, Holly, what's your middle name? What's your favorite color? You don't break physical restraints. You don't struggle to break restraints to go and offer somebody a lollipop. You were absolutely charging. How do we know that? Because her body landed by Holly's car. How did she get from being in restraints with her arms crossed her chest, not in an aggressive manner, but yet witness number 5 claimed that Carlos had to push her back, had to bear hug her. Another witness say he had to put her in a chokehold. Why is Carlos doing all of this to Romika if Romika wasn't acting aggressive? Why would Carlos have to restrain Romika from fighting, from approaching, from advancing? Why would Carlos have to do any of this if Romika was not advancing? Why would Carlos have to push Romika back? Why would he have to do that if she was not aggressive? If she was just standing there with her arms folded? It would be the opposite. He would be restraining Holly. Holly, stop. You don't restrain someone that's just standing there, peaceful, arms folded, and they're being provoked. No, you don't. You don't have to restrain someone that's not the aggressor. You have to restrain the aggressor. And both of them said that Romika broke through the restraints. Why would you break through the restraints just to stand there with your arms across your chest, being non-aggressive? It doesn't even mentally make sense. Exactly. Because thank you, I am Nelly. If Holly wanted to attack, whether that's with her weapon or slap her across the face, kick her in her knees, step on her toe. If Holly wanted to attack, let's put this back up for a second. This is what the state says, okay? The state says that she clearly, this does not appear of someone that's acting in self-defense. It's showing a defendant who clearly committed the detainable offense of first-degree murder. If she clearly wanted to attack or commit first-degree murder, harm her in any way, why didn't she do this while Carlos was restraining her? While Carlos had her in a bear hug? While Carlos had her in a chokehold? We're using their words. If Carlos had her restraint, why didn't Holly fire her weapon? Why did she wait until she was out of the so-called restraint? Why did she wait? If that was her goal, if that was her motive, that's what she wanted to do. If she clearly wanted to commit first-degree detainable murder, why didn't she do it while being restrained? Why did she wait until she was being charged, approached? Why? Make it make any type of sense. She had a clear advantage. Here's a man, 200 plus pounds, go to the gym regularly. He's holding her back. He's holding her back, but she's breaking the restraints. While she was being held, why didn't Holly fire? Why didn't Holly slap her, kick her, punch her? Why did Holly only choose to fire her weapon as Romika got closer? Why? Why? And we know this to be a fact. Why? Because her body is right in front of Holly's car. Her body is right in front of Holly's car. Her body is not over by Romika's car. Her body is not over by Carlos' car. Her body is right in front of Holly's car. Okay? So if we are to believe witness number three says she shot from her trunk. How did she get back to her trunk? LaTanya, come up on the panel right quick. LaTanya is a Romika supporter, but she's respectful with it, so she can come up on the panel. Hold on, let me get her up here. Come up for a second. Because you're saying the reason why she waited until she was charging her because she didn't want to accidentally shoot Carlos. She didn't want to accidentally shoot Carlos, right? That's what you said. So come up for a second. Hit that link. So again, she could have shot her. And you're saying because she didn't want to accidentally shoot Carlos. But guess what? When the news broke that Carlos held her in a headlock and she shot. And that's why people are going around now trying to say that Carlos had on a bulletproof vest because this was all a setup. This was all planned. This was all concocted. Do you see how many holes in there? Hey, LaTanya, darling, how are you?
Hi, sweetie.
Hey, baby, turn your TV down. Let's have a conversation, honey.
Okay.
Okay. So now, tell me, how did Romika body get by Holly's car?
Maybe it fell right there or something, Amore. When she shot her or something. When
You
you
said,
shoot a person, you don't automatically just fall over. Some people might try to take a step, might tip to the side or anything. It's hard to say how it got right there.
so are you trying to say that she fell forward?
She could have, yes.
So why did she end up on her back?
That's a good question.
No, but come on, we in court right now. We in court. You the prosecutor, I'm the defense attorney. You the state, I'm the defense. I'm asking, how did Holly body, excuse me, ooh, Lord. How did
I
Romika
know
body?
That's a good question. I don't know, Amora. I don't guess Carlos moved her because, like I heard you say, it ain't no blood trail nowhere. So I
Exactly.
don't know how she end up on her back. Honestly, I don't know that. That's a good question though.
Okay, so another question. So witness number 5 said that Holly was provoking her while she was being held by Carlos, right? And when she broke the restraints, that's when Holly shot. But she also says Holly shot while she was standing at the trunk of her vehicle. So would you say that Holly standing at the trunk of her vehicle means that she retreated, she ran from Romika?
I wouldn't say she ran from her, but I will say she didn't like when Romika and Carlos was out there, I guess you want to say wrestling or tussling, or when he was apparently choking her out.
So, but if he was choking her out, right? And
Mhm.
she ran behind her trunk to fire at her, where was Romika standing in order for her to fire?
Apparently next to her baby daddy.
So if she was standing okay, and where was the baby daddy standing?
I guess what, in between the cars?
So then why is there blood on Holly's car?
It's highly called a white car because that's the only car I saw blood on.
No, Holly's car is not the white car. The white car actually didn't have blood on it. They
It
tested.
had blood. So that little spot on the front of that white car, on the side of that white car, is not blood.
Where? Hold on. Let me. Are you saying you see blood now?
It's towards the front on the passenger side,
Well, I don't
like
see
kind of
that.
on the bumper.
I don't see that. But the report stated the black car had blood.
If you like for an example, you go to that video where Carlos was walking back and forth on the crime scene, and you look at that white car, you gonna see blood on the front of that white car.
Okay, so if blood is on the white car, which I don't know that, so I'm not going to take that from you. So if blood is on the white car, again, why is her body by Romika's car? Excuse me, Holly's car.
I mean, but ain't they cars like right beside each other?
No, I mean it's tight, but it ain't. Look at it now. It's tight, but it ain't right there. You know, they got a little distance.
I see what you said. It's closer to the black car than it is the white car.
Exactly. And then if she shot her from the trunk of her vehicle again, how did she get blood on her? Just tell me
That's a
blood.
good question though. You're right. That's a
In
good
that
question.
in that video, where it shows Los walking back and forth. If you slow that video down and you look at Holly's back window, you can see blood on her back window
On whose black back window?
and Holly's car.
Well, I'm only going to go by the report. It just says they had, well, actually it didn't say where. It just said that she had blood on the car. Okay. So I don't know where it was. I'm just going to say it was on the car. But so do you believe that Romika fell into traffic and her body was moved?
Yes, I do. And the reason why, I'm finna
Okay.
tell you why. For an example, with this picture here you showing,
Okay.
why is the blood so low on her and she shot her at close range? I mean, since when do blood splatter down on your legs and toes and stuff? I mean, if the blood was, let's just say, coming out, you know, the forensic stuff with blood be all over and stuff. Wouldn't it be up towards Holly top versus the bottom of her legs and stuff?
Okay. Where was the two locations that Romika was shot at?
Uh, the head, the side, and I think they said the hip.
No. Let's try again. She wasn't shot in the head. She was shot in the chin, and she was
Okay,
shot
yeah,
in
you
the.
right, the face. I'm sorry, you right.
It's okay. The chin and the thigh. That's the only two shots. The chin and the thigh. Okay, so if she was shot in the thigh, right?
Hmm.
You don't think that the thigh shot is what made the blood splatter? Because where's your thigh? That's below your hips, right? Wouldn't that explain how that blood splattered from her thigh to Holly's pants, lower knees?
Not really, not to me, not really. And then even with Carlos, this man has so much blood on him. And don't get me wrong, I understand he probably touched her while she was laying down there, but he had so much blood on him to where he went and touched the little girl and the blood was all over the little girl's hand.
You want to know why he had blood on him? Because he was actually trying to attend to her. Now, he didn't do CPR or anything like that, but he literally was touching her body. He was trying to stop her from choking on her blood. He even moved her to the side, like move her body from laying on her back to the side because she was choking on her blood.
Nah,
Did you not see that video?
let me ask you this, Amora. If he
Mm-hmm.
was so concerned about her and checking on her and stuff, why come him or Holly then bother by calling to get her help? The
He dialed.
phone calls came from the strangers, not from now one of them.
Who told you that?
The news channels, the ones y'all say apparently be lying in Chicago.
So if I could prove to you that he made a phone call to 911 and he's on the phone frantic with 911, then what are you going to say?
Then I'm gonna have to say he made that call and I was wrong for assuming that now one of them make the phone call.
Okay, so let me let you listen to him make this phone call, okay?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Okay, did you hear him? He's on the phone with 911, talking to 911 right now. You hear somebody yelling, 21st and State, we're right here on the corner of 21st and State. That's Carlos on the phone with 911.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Do you hear that, Latanya?
Yeah, I heard somebody. Yes, I do.
So I have the video, but I'm not gonna play it because you know they think this is a gross video because her body is laying there, and out of precaution for the family, I guess if you want to say that, I'm not gonna show the video, but the video clearly shows him on the phone with 911.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
this is why I kind of like is shaky with Holly and Carlos Zamora because I feel like uh you remember the other day when I said I felt like she just made herself a little bit too obvious for Ramika to see her or whatever. Remember I said that in your chat?
Yes.
Because I feel like if I go get a restraining order on someone, this is just my opinion. I feel like if I go get a restraining order on someone saying I'm in fear for my life or whatever, I'm not finna go somewhere where I know I can possibly see this woman or run across that woman. And I feel like that's what Holly did when she chose to go uh I guess sit or show up at her child's school. That's what I meant by that. I'm not gonna do that if I'm so afraid for my life. I'm gonna try to stay as far away from that person where that person hang out at and all the above. Like I said, that's just my opinion. I'm not gonna do that.
But Latanya, you do know it wasn't at the school, correct?
I mean, it was a couple of 100 feet from the school.
So it was okay. So did you see the map? So the school is across the street, right? And Carlos live over there. That's what Carlos lives. So are you saying that Carlos should not, oh, well, should I say, should Holly not have visited Carlos at his home?
No, I'm not saying that, but I will say this. That white building you were showing earlier, asking, can a woman see from it? You know, see the scene from there. And then
Uh-huh.
you went around the building. I saw several parking lots over there, which meaning that's still by Carlos' house. Why they couldn't be somewhere over there or on one of the parking lots? Why it have to be right there at the baby school where they might, like I said, knowing you, she might see you or you might see her.
But
Well,
how would
you
you
can't
know if you're gonna see someone? And then let's put it back up for a second, okay? Let's put it back up
you can't
because she can't.
just
Yeah, you can't
um,
see from the school. I'm gonna put it back up, David.
No,
You
I'm
can't.
saying you can't park in those parking lots. Your car will be towed up out of there. If you're not a resident of those buildings, because they have people that live in those buildings have stickers in their windows that lets the tow people know who lives there and who doesn't live there. So if she was there over the weekend, she couldn't park her car in any one of those lots because her car would be gone.
So the only place that she had to park was right there. And I heard somebody say Carlos stayed up the street around the corner. She couldn't find nowhere else to park besides that.
Right there is the only free parking there is. Everywhere else around there, you have to pay to park.
So let me ask you
But
this,
they,
Tanya. Hold on, Tanya.
mhm,
Let me ask. So I just want to know your logic, okay? I'm just trying
mhm.
to understand you. All right. You know, I respect you and this ain't no arguing or anything. So are you trying to say because Romika's son goes to this school over here, so are you saying that Holly should never go get a smoothie from this smoothie shop or a chicken sandwich from this Sharks restaurant right here? So you saying because
No,
she has a restraining order on Romika, she should never go get a drink from over here during school drop off time or anything because she might see Romika or Romika might see her. Is that what you're saying?
no, I'm not saying she not supposed to go get no drink or nothing from there, but I will say that is not what she was doing. From how the news people, the ones y'all told me not to trust, they make it seem like Holly was there waiting on Romika. Cause they said Holly was there at 8:45, sitting there waiting. And all that happened around 9:04, 9:05 or something like that. And again, I don't understand why would she be there if that was the case.
She was where waiting in her car?
Yes, at the so-called where the accident happened at. And again, this is not me going on bloggers page because I already know how bloggers can get messy. I was tied up in the LaTruth saga. This is some of the news people that said. So it's kind of hard not to believe the news peoples.
Well, news people get it incorrect sometimes, only because you know they're basing it off of they want to be the first one to put it out, and they're basing off of what they're being told. Okay, so and you know they did get it wrong. However, because they also said that Carlos held her in a chokehold and she fired execution style. You still believe that?
I believe he definitely choked her because the very first phone call again, they said it was about him choking her, not Holly shooting her.
Okay, let's go back. Oh shoot, what did I do? Let's go back. I want you to see the school. Oh, let me go back one more. Oh,
Maura, can I ask you something, sweetie?
yeah, sure.
So have you saw the video that's out here where Holly was apparently I actually sent it to your email, but I know you get so many emails you don't get a chance to check it like this. But she did a video and she was like, I would never
I saw that.
uh yes, so again, that's not her. Even though she didn't say Romika's name, I'm not gonna lie, but Carlos only got one other baby mama, which is Romika. That's not her coming for Romika or being messy.
You know, it's petty, but petty is not worth being your life threatening. I think at one point or another, they were both being petty toward each other, okay,
Mhm.
online. But when you take pettiness offline and then you jump into someone's inbox or you look them up and find their grandmother's phone number or their phone number or the other family member's phone number and you get inside of their DMs and start threatening them, you don't think that taking it another level? See, people can start things on social media. So you remember us in the LaTruth saga, right? We went back and forth
Mhm.
on social media. But the people who went to jail, the people that went to jail was what? People that went to jail was Tamika and Latoya. Why? That's because they jumped in each other's personal
Yeah,
inbox,
yeah. Mhm.
messenger. So even if Holly did back in January do a I would never, and it was a trend, and from my knowledge, which I don't know because I don't have proof, but I was told that it was after she did one. But again, I have never seen Romika's I would never, so I don't know. They said it, that she did one first, but again, I'm not sure. However, that's pettiness going back and forth on social media. How did we get to, is this Khadijah, grandmother, I'm going to kill your granddaughter? How did we get to there off of social media?
Now, I'm kind of like you. I'm gonna have to say this on that. I did hear them say she called and told her grandmother that, but I have yet to actually. I guess I said what? See the text message or however she told it to her or whatever it was. I
See,
have
that's
heard her say it, but I haven't actually saw it to believe it.
But that's going to come out in court. I don't think that they could just circulate that all over social media, but that has been turned in and will come out during the trial. Okay. But the text messages are legit. And if I'm not mistaken, it's police reports as well. So after she threatened the family, they called the police. And this is way back then. Wasn't just recently. They called way back when, right? So the police has a report of her calling. So the threats are legit. And there was a court hearing on July the 14th, and the judge saw some of it, and he said, by the preponderance of evidence, okay, I find that you are in fear for your safety. Preponderance of evidence and your testimony here today, I find that you are in fear of your safety and that these threats will not stop unless the court intervenes. That is what the judge told Holly when it comes to Romika.
Okay. And like I said, this is only what I've been hearing on the news. So that's why I've been like, wait a minute. I got questions now because the news saying this and I'm thinking this. So
but do you know that someone with a restraining order can literally go wherever they want? So let's just say if Holly's nephew went to that school as well as Romika's son, are you saying that she shouldn't drop her nephew off?
not at all. Not at all. Not at
So
all. But I
you think
know.
someone else should drop her nephew off?
No, I'm not saying that. And I'm not even saying she couldn't drop her nephew off. But the truth of the matter is, her nephew didn't go there and she had no ties to the school. So, again, I didn't understand why would you even be around her son's school.
But
And,
okay, so
and
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 that's
and
where
not only that, Amora, her and Carlos, it ain't like they was going nowhere to eat breakfast or chill or whatever. Even the smoothie shop, like you said, across the street, if they was only exchanging kids, why die? Y'all could have did that at his house if that's where everybody claimed they left from. You could have put
you
the
said
baby in his car then.
you say that one more time. You said what? Why what? Why what? Why did they do what? Why were they putting the baby in the car on the street? Is that what you're asking?
No, I said why meet there to exchange the babies if they said her and Carlos was already together that night?
They
Why
wasn't
not?
so they wasn't exchanging the baby. They had spent the weekend together, right? So her
Hmm.
car was parked already there for the whole 3 days, right? So
Hmm.
because he didn't want both of them to have to walk from the apartment to the car, carrying the baby car seat, carrying the baby stroller, carrying the baby bag, and whatever else they were carrying. He says, which I think that this was a smart move, let me put y'all in the car, my truck, and I will drive you to your vehicle. That prevents her from having to lug all of that shit to her vehicle and him as well. So he says, I'll just drive you to your vehicle. So he was literally only driving her to her vehicle so that they can put the baby in the car, put all things in the car, give each other a kiss, and leave. Romika pulled up as she was strapping her baby in.
Okay, that makes more sense now. Okay, okay.
That's what happened. So she was putting her baby in, and Ramika pulls up and gets out and confronts them, right? So
Hmm.
that's what happened. She pulls her car up and she pops out and she start having conversations, confrontations, whatever you want to call it, with them. So
So
if you're putting your baby in a car and you're not expecting someone to approach you and they approach you and then they get aggressive with you after threatening you already, you've already went to court and had to get a restraining order against this person because they've been threatening you and your family for months. You wouldn't be afraid?
yes, I would be afraid, but I don't think I would go as far
Listen.
as shooting someone in the face. I mean, she could have called the police. I mean, anything besides that. She could have even sat in her car with her baby while they say Carlos was roughing her up, and Carlos could have made her leave.
Okay, so I get what you're saying, and I'm pretty sure the reason why she didn't get in her car will come out in court. However, I looked at that, and guess what I found out? It's not illegal for her to not get in her car. It's nowhere that says in the legal Bible of Chicago, Illinois, that she has to call 911 or retreat to her vehicle. She was where she was legally allowed to be. So there's nowhere in the legal Bible that says that she has to sit in her car. And there's nowhere in the legal Bible that says because she didn't make the very best perfect decision during that time that she cannot defend herself. Just because
Absolutely.
just because she didn't do it like I would have done it or you would have done it or somebody else would have done it still does not discount the fact that her baby was there. You have this girl coming at you aggressively. She's being restrained by her baby daddy, but obviously she's so mad and enraged that she breaks the restraints, okay? And then she advanced toward him, whether she break the restraints or jump out the car or whatever the case may be, and she advanced toward Holly. So my question to you, LaTanya, does she have a right to defend herself or no? Defend herself and her
Absolutely. Yes, everyone has the right to defend themselves. Absolutely. But again, I don't think, like I said, that's just me. I can't speak for Holly. I don't think I would have took it as far as taking her life.
So okay, and I
That's just
understand that.
me.
Right, and that's to be respected, right? But let me ask you this. So should someone go to prison for life because they didn't act the way you would have reacted?
Uh, that's kind of like a trick question. Well, okay, I'm gonna say if they
No,
found
no,
her
no.
guilty without a reasonable of a doubt, then yes, she need to go. But if they can't prove that she did that, uh, if they can't prove first degree murder, then no, I don't think she need to go for the rest of her life.
Okay. So I got some pictures, and this is the vehicle of Holly's car. Now, after they cleaned it, the white spots you see is blood. Okay. And now where you say the body, you said the body fell and whatnot? Because this is the blood on Holly's car. So what you said that you think that she was shot and she could have been shot standing by Romika's car and she just fell forward. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, she could have. I mean, and again, this is just my opinion. Who's to say Carlos didn't turn her or lay her that way? I mean, because then nobody actually see what he was doing to her while he was down there messing with her. Who's to say he didn't lay her out that way?
Okay, so you do know that the pod cameras that was there, they operate off of sound, right? So the moment the shots was fired, the 4 pod cameras zoomed in on Carlos, Romika, and Holly. That is why the judge ruled out the fist bump after the shooting, because they have everything after the shooting on video.
Okay.
So they would be able to see if the body was moved, if the body was carried, drugged, or thrown somewhere. They would be able to tell that. So this is the blood that's on Holly's vehicle, which is quite a bit. Again, she was shot in her chin and in her thigh. A lot of blood came out.
Okay.
And it came out and it squirted on Holly's car. That's
So
how.
it was
That's
blood on both cars.
I haven't seen the blood on the car, but if it was, but this is the blood that's on Holly's car. This is quite a bit of blood when you think. That means that she was very close to Holly's vehicle. This is somebody. The blood ain't squirting across all the way from here to there, and you get this much blood.
No, it's probably right there because they did say she got shot at close range, so that's probably why the blood is on there like that.
So if she got at close range, do you think that Holly was advancing toward her or she was advancing toward Holly?
I think both of them could have been going back and forth.
So if they were going back and forth, then how did her body land by Holly's car? And then witness number 3 said that she shot her from the trunk of her car. If we want to buy that scenario.
She shot her from the trunk of her car, but then
not witness number 3, I'm sorry, witness number 5 said that.
But then one of the witnesses say she went and opened the passenger door and got the gun.
She did say that. So now my question is, how do you know someone went and got a gun if you are looking out the window of your job, which we don't even know where your job is at this point, but you was looking out the window of your job and then the other one is standing across the street at the smoothie shop. Even if you see someone get in their car and take something out, how can you definitively tell that it is a gun if you are not right there at the time?
Okay, so my question is, did she go in the trunk? I mean, did she get the gun out the car, or was the gun in the trunk? Where did she get the gun from?
The defense says she had her gun on her. She is a carrier and it's a part of her outfit. The defense said she didn't get her gun out the car. The state would have to prove that.
But she did put the gun back in the car when she did what she did.
She did put the gun back in the car because as the witnesses start approaching, one of them said, oh, she got a gun, she got a gun. So of course, she doesn't want anyone to think that they have a reason to fear her, right? So she put the gun back in the car also because if the cops pull up and see someone standing with a gun, they may react before realizing what's going on. So she put the gun away for her safety and for the safety of others. You don't think that that was a good idea?
Technically, that's what you're supposed
I mean,
to do.
technically, she could have laid the gun on the car, whatever the case, when the police got there. So, Moira, did she say, I'm finna shoot you, bitch, or not? You know, still, man, I ain't trying to get your page struck. Did she tell Holly that?
So the defense says she did not. And there's no video footage to verify that. Only one witness said that. And that's witness number 3.
So then apparently Carlos didn't say she going to get the gun either then.
The defense said that didn't happen.
Well, I guess if all that didn't happen, then I guess it would be that Holly had the right, I guess, to defend herself if none of it happened.
So, I mean, you know, there is no video footage of the actual shooting or the arguments or whatever that took place before it, right? So there's no video footage. So the state would have to prove what the witnesses are saying. But what the witnesses are saying does not match the crime scene.
Okay.
Because one of the witnesses said that she was retreating, walking back toward her car. If she was retreating, she should have been shot in the shoulder or the back. but she was shot in the face and the thigh, and they were both facing forward shots. So it doesn't line up with what the witnesses are saying.
So she was shot twice versus 3 times.
Absolutely. So the gun was discharged 3 times, but only 2 shots hit Romika.
Okay. So, Amara, did you see the video when Holly Auntie told the her followers, "We don't argue with she's for real. We shoot them in the face."
So that video is a lie. Okay. So what they did, I did see that video. They cut off who actually said that. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, and if Holly Auntie wants to comment, she can. If I'm not mistaken, someone wrote that and she wrote up underneath it, why would you say something like that? So
Yeah, that was supposed to be Holly's sister who said that. Why would you asking the auntie? Why would you say something like that?
but that wasn't Holly Auntie. That wasn't Tamika that actually. Why would you say something like that?
It was actually a male. It was a male that stated that, and Tammy was like, "Why would you say something like that?"
Right. But the way they cut it and pasted, it looks like it came from Holly Aunt. But if you look right above it, you will see that it was cut and paste. They actually did a horrible job to where I didn't think anybody would actually believe that. But
They
And
took it
see,
and
I'm
ran with
glad
it.
I came up here because you actually telling me a whole lot that I didn't know. Like I said, because I've been listening to the news and a lot of this I didn't know.
yeah, unfortunately, everybody is not going to keep it real with you or tell you what's really going on. But that's me. I spend hours on top of hours breaking this story down. I'm not saying I'm no expert. I'm not saying I'm no lawyer, and I'm not saying that I'm getting everything right. But I am putting this against the law. So again, it could still go either way, but right now there is so much reasonable doubt. The main one is the crime scene does not match what the witnesses are saying, what is being put out here to the universe. The crime scene does not match. The forensic evidence does not match.
So, more let me ask you this. So, do you think Carlos has something to do with all these so-called videos that's coming out on Holly now versus Romika?
I think in the beginning, the videos came from Q. He didn't get those from Carlos. He got that from somebody else. I don't know who that somebody else is, but no,
Okay.
I don't think that Carlos is leaking videos that to paint Romika in a bad spot. Romika put a lot of these videos on the internet herself. And I think
I ain't say Romika. I said Holly.
say that one more time. Say your
I say, do
question
you
again.
think Carlos is behind all these so-called videos that's coming out making Holly look bad? Not Romika, Holly.
Oh no. Videos that's making Holly look bad. Like which videos though? You talking about from bloggers?
Yeah, because it was another one where her and a little kid was on there, and the little kid say, "We shoot him one time." And then Holly said, "Nah, we come through and spray him and made the machine gun." And then
But
they
that's
put another video out where they having a card game at home chilling as a family, but they show all the guns that's laying around the kids and stuff.
right. So one of them was a skit. The one that where she did the no, we spray them all. That's a skit. So I'm pretty sure you'll probably find about, I don't know, 15,000 more people with that same video. That's a
Mhm.
TikTok skit, right? And then the other one, I think it's just her family members, and they're sitting around the table playing a game, and they're gun
Yeah, they
holders.
playing spades.
And they're gun holders. So they all collectively put their guns on the table. They're all gun holders. What is wrong with that? And the kids are underage kids, like holding babies that you hold in your arms. How an arm baby gonna get a hold to a gun?
Yeah, that's why I asked you, do you think Carlos have anything to do with these videos that's all of a sudden coming out
No, I
about her?
don't.
Those
That's why
those
I asked you
those
that.
those were
No, I don't.
videos that were taken from her TikTok before she shut her TikTok down. And those videos were made long before Holly even got with Carlos. Those are old videos from back during the pandemic.
Okay, okay, okay.
And to answer your question, do I think that Carlos is trying to sabotage Romika or Holly? No, I do not. No,
Okay,
I do not.
okay, okay, okay.
It's rumors
I'm
around
glad
there.
you
Oh,
asked
he's
me to come
gonna.
up because I learned a whole lot more so that
Oh
I
no.
didn't know.
Yeah, no problem. Like, I know in the beginning, at first, I was impatient with a lot of people and impatient because of the things that they were saying. But then I realized, okay, everybody don't think like me. I have to take a step back and be a little bit more patient and explain. And so that's why I asked you to come up because I knew that I could be patient with you. Um, but at first in the beginning, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe you think like this. Like, oh my God, like, where's your brains? But I had to dial back. I had to check myself and I had to dial back. So that's why now I know that you guys are not looking at this the way I'm looking at it. I'm breaking this case all the way down from every single thing. I'm looking at it. I'm dissecting it and I'm pulling up the law. So I'm not just listening to other bloggers, what they're saying. I'm actually doing real research.
Hmm. And don't get me wrong, I never flat out just came and said, well, they guilty. They need to go to jail. It was more like, no, I got more questions. I need more answers. And that's why I'm glad you let me come up here. Because I
Yeah.
needed, like I said, some more answers. I had some more questions. And you answered them for me.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, do you have any more questions? Because and I'm not even trying to change your mind. You can, because some people are just pro-life no matter what. They feel like, oh, she shouldn't have grabbed a weapon. Is no way. I don't care. She should have fought. And for those that feel that way, they can definitely have that. Some people just against guns, and I understand that. But not all people are against guns. It is an American right. It's our Second Amendment right to bear arms. But some people will never own a weapon and some people will. And those that do own weapons, I think that they know the importance of it and they use it for self-defense. Those that have weapons and say, oh, I never fight and I never will and this, that, and the other, then they really need to go sell their weapons, because if it comes down to protecting you or your children or one of your loved ones, I do believe that we have a right that we can protect ourselves. So now let me ask you a question, LaTanya, because a lot of people want to ignore this. Baby Carson at the time was 6 months old. He was in the back seat of Holly's vehicle. Okay. The vehicle
Hmm.
right here that has all the blood splattering on it, right? He was in that
Hmm.
vehicle. Do you think that Holly should have allowed Romika to get closer to the vehicle, close in closer to her, or just fight her right there at that car where her baby's in the back seat? Do you think that she should have just fought her?
Absolutely not, because I don't feel like you should put no child in danger. Whether you fight, shoot, arguing, or whatever. I don't know. I don't.
Do you think that she should have taken off running?
Nah, I believe by Carlos being as big as he is and a trainer, I feel like he should have put a stop to that BS. That's how I feel. And
Now,
I
do
don't want
you
her, I can control Romika because she buck wild and all that. That's bull crap. All those muscles you got, you could have easily held that girl down while your other baby mama did what she had to do.
so did you hear witness number 3 and number 5 say that he was restraining her and she broke the restraints?
Only because he wanted her to.
So you
Not
think
because she
that
was raised stronger than him.
so you think that he intentionally released Ramika?
I do. Just like
And
everybody's saying that's a body shaper he got on, I feel that is definitely a bulletproof vest in case she made a mistake and accidentally hit him versus Ramika.
So if that's the case, then you're saying that they planned this.
I do feel that, Aurora. I'm sorry. I do feel that.
So if they planned it, then why would Romika pull up to them? Do you think that she received a text message that says come over?
No, I believe Romika went to drop that baby off in school, and just so happened she saw them, and she busted her and came back, and she was clowning, and Carlos roughed her up a little bit in the process of her clowning, and one thing led to another. I don't even believe she turned around and, be honest with you, attacked Holly. I believe she was acting a donkey with Carlos versus Holly.
Okay, so you said something. I want to just ask you. You said you believe that they were clowning and one thing led to another. So if they were clowning and one thing led to another, then how is that planning?
How was that planning?
Mm-hmm.
Like I
If
said,
one
because
thing led to
I
another.
feel like Carlos could have put a stop to that. I feel like
So
he
let
could
me
have
ask,
did more than what he did.
so let me ask you this. Have you ever watched a cop show and saw that I don't know, I don't want to call them criminals. What do you call the people that are arrested? Detainees, or what do you call people that get arrested, Dave?
Um, yeah, yeah, detainees, or
Detainees,
Hmm.
okay.
or you offenders, offenders.
Suspect,
There you go,
suspect, suspect,
offenders.
suspect. Okay, so have you ever watched a show and saw a suspect break the restraints of a police officer that's trained to restrain?
Yes.
So then, if a suspect can break the restraints of a police and they take off running, then why can't somebody break the restraints of Carlos? And he's not trained for this.
Yes, I understand that. Because ooh, it's kind of okay. Let's just say, even though policemen can be a-holes, everybody know that. But I don't feel a police will quite be how can I put it? I think Carlos was more aggressive because he knew and had history with her. So
Right. So do
therefore,
you
I
think
felt like he could have held her down, picked her up against the car while he yelling at Holly, call the police or whatever so we could get this locked up or whatever. I just don't feel like he done enough.
so? Then question. So if Romika is wiggling, yelling, screaming, scratching, trying to get from the restraints of Carlos, do you think he should have just took his fist and punched her one good time to calm her down? You think that would have been good enough?
No, but I think all them 12 packs that's on him could have definitely did more than what they did.
Okay. So basically, from what you're doing, you're judging his strength by saying that he should have held her. And because he didn't hold her, he is in compliance with Holly in wanting to unalive Romika.
It's sad to say, and I don't want to really, but yes, I feel like, to be honest, they definitely set her up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But where's your proof?
I don't have any. That's why let me say allegedly. Let me throw that in there.
Yeah. So that's what, if you feel that way, and if the state feel that way, do you know they would have to prove that, correct? They would have to prove
Absolutely.
planning. And do you know how you prove planning legally? There will have to be text messages or something like that where they are saying, or either text message or something where they're actually planning out, well, let's just meet outside here at 8 something, when she turned the corner, she's going to see us. She's going to jump out the vehicle. She's going to attack. I'm going to pretend to hold her. And then I'm going to let go her restraints. And she's going to come charge you because, you know, she's off hinge. And when she charge you, I want you to light her up. So you think that that was all a play?
I mean, well, as soon as he let her go, that is what she did, right?
So, but let me ask you this. So if he let her go and she went charging toward Holly, do you think that she was justified to do that?
No, because I don't feel nobody deserved to be attacked. I don't care how mad you is at her. No, I don't feel like she was supposed to attack Holly either. No.
Okay, so because she did break the restraints and run toward Holly, or even if we want to go with your scenario and say Carlos let her go. So Carlos let her go and she ran toward Holly. Did Holly have a right to defend her and her 6-month-old child?
Absolutely.
Okay, so not guilty.
Let me ask you this, Amara. So did Romika actually put hands on Holly that you know of? Like, did she actually hit her physically that you know of?
The defense say that she was swung on. She swung on her. So yes, she swung on her and one swing landed.
And the police report says battering.
Yeah,
Physical
so
contact was made.
So she did hit Holly.
that's what the defense and the police report says. It escalated from arguing to battering. But the police report is really only going to say what was said on the scene. But the defense
Well,
said,
if that's the case, if she hit Holly and Holly had
say what now?
Holly had the right to do what she do, however she did it to protect.
And do you know that the law says that you can defend yourself without even being attacked? Did you know that in the state of Illinois, you can literally defend yourself if somebody is rushing towards you aggressively and they have already threatened you and your child, and not just rushing toward you, they are rushing toward you and your child that sit in a car right behind you. The law says you don't even have to wait to be attacked. The law says you can defend yourself. Did you know that?
I'm not surprised because every state have their own set of rules. So she basically broke loose from Carlos and ran towards Holly to attack her.
I mean, how else did she get placed by this vehicle?
Okay, and to me that
Say that again. Your phone went out.
she get away and you stop her from running towards your other pregnant baby mama, who you know got a gun.
But it's not so. So the law doesn't say that.
That girl on her face to stop her. You could have did something.
So I understand what you're trying to say, and you're blaming Carlos. However, Carlos is not on trial or being charged with first degree. Holly is. So they can't lock him up for not doing everything he could to stop Romika. Because Romika is an adult, right? She's not a 5-year-old. She's not a 3-year-old. Okay. So she is a full adult that make choices. And she made the choice to run toward Holly. So whether Carlos allowed the restraints to be released, like you're saying, or didn't hold her enough, like you're saying, however you want to put it, he's not arrested because he didn't, do everything under the sun and use all his power and strength to hold Romika. He's not arrested. He's not charged with not restraining her properly.
Not yet.
That's not a crime.
Not yet.
So you think that the state of Illinois is going to charge him for not holding her tight enough?
Nah, I think they send back building the case on him just like they did Holly.
And what's
They
going to be
let
the
Holly
case?
go and came back and picked her up and They doing the same thing to Carlos, building the case against him.
And what Carlos going to be charged with?
Probably let me get the right word.
Aiding
Mm,
and
mm,
abetting,
mm,
maybe?
mm. What is called when you know, I want to say when he kind of like helped her.
Conspiracy?
Accomplice, is that what it's called?
An accomplice to murder?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I
And
think that's what they gonna come back and charge him with.
an accomplice is him doing what? Just being there?
And so-called choking her out and slamming her with that door. And
Where
then
is the
when he
evidence?
let her go, I don't have any more. But like I said, I you watch what I tell you. You remember you heard it from me. They coming for him. Watch.
Okay. So let me ask you this. From your own personal standpoint, you believe Carlos should be arrested?
Absolutely.
And under what charge again? You said being an accomplice to murder?
Mm-hmm.
Because you
Because
you think
again, even though they said the news people is lying, the news folks say the first call came through was Carlos choking her out, not Holly shooting her. So whoever that person was that made that call, they didn't say someone just got shot. They called and say, I see this man doing such and such to this lady.
so you think that just because someone call in and say something that it should be taken as facts?
I don't think you should know it, especially when Ramika got a whole video out her saying all you do is lie, man. Why do you lie so much?
So he should be arrested for lying?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying his behind ain't telling the whole truth. That's what I'm gonna say. He telling
Yeah, but
half truth.
we're not talking about him. We're talking about the witness. So you don't think the witness could have lied?
Absolutely. I ain't saying she a poor book. Yes, she could have lied. But
So
why
but
would she though? What's the game out of that? Getting out of a bus or walking or whatever you doing? Why call the police and just make a rumor someone is beating a woman up?
and how do we know that she was the first caller? It was never
'Cause,
proven that she was the first caller. Two people so far have said that they were the first caller.
uh what is y'all Chicago news call? Is it called Fox 38 or 38 Fox or whatever? What's y'all news station called down there?
I think it's something like that.
We
Fox
have
something.
Yeah,
we have Channel
and that's who
2,
I've been
Channel
listening
7,
to.
Channel 9,
The Fox
and
station,
Fox.
So did you hear the Fox last statement about this?
which was what, sweetie?
Which was Tia coming out saying that now that we're hearing uh Holly's side of the story, things are not adding up the way they initially was put out.
Okay, okay.
Did you not hear her say that on the last one? Now we're hearing Holly's side of the story and things just not adding all the way up.
Okay, okay. And like I said, maybe not. And maybe I need to go look that one up because I haven't saw that one.
Okay, yeah.
It's
That was
kind of like, you know how you kind of like you heard so many stories, and again, like I said, mostly everything I heard come from the news, and I know news ain't always accurate, but it's kind of hard to say hell with what the news is saying.
well, the news, what do you think the news get their information from like right away?
Well, I thought they sent reporters out to do their research.
They do, but
That's
who
what
the
they do
reporters
in St. Louis, Channel 2, Channel 5, Channel 4, Real
but who the
ATL, they out on the scene.
Well,
but
Tia
who are the
was
reporters talking to?
overzealous.
Who are the reporters talking to?
Yeah, they talk to witness. They also do they own little thing too, but yeah, they definitely talk to witness.
Right. So in the beginning, I think everybody was emotionally charged when they heard there is a baby mama, two baby mamas, and a baby daddy, and the baby daddy is holding the baby mama in a headlock, and the other baby mama shot her execution style, basically, is what we all heard. And I think that put everybody in a frenzy. And they also said it was done at the school. So of course that put everybody in a frenzy. And
They definitely
then,
did say at the school. That's why I got it from. They definitely did.
right. And so after that, right, when investigations start happening and things of that nature, people start finding out that it didn't quite happen the way it was initially reported.
But more as far as the school thing, this picture right here that we looking at, right?
Hmm.
Isn't that a yellow school sign right there?
I don't know if that's a school sign or it might say school zone. I'm not sure exactly what that says, but yeah, it may have been in a school zone or right at the school zone, but that's
Well, that
still not the school.
I could tell you that sign is a pedestrian walking sign. That's not a school zone sign. That's pedestrian walking. So
Okay.
further up is the school zone sign. So the school zone, it says it at the bottom. Speed limit 20 miles per hour, school zone. That
Okay.
yellow
Okay.
sign right there is a pedestrian walking sign. And they have to have that sign right there because the Hillyard homes is right there. So
Okay,
that's
yeah,
why
we
they
have
have the
those too.
pedestrian walking sign.
That's when they show the adult and the kid together on the sign, right?
It shows two adults.
Okay,
It
yeah,
shows
we
two
we have
adults
them
walking.
signs too. Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, the
And
school was a little further down and to the left.
I know this because I get tested on those signs every time I gotta go renew my CDL.
Okay, okay. Now I will say that if Romika attacked her and put hands on her, then Holly had every right to protect herself and her child, regardless of how she protected herself and her child. But if Romika didn't put hands on her and it was the other way around, then Holly deserved to sit there. But if Remika put hands on her and Holly had to protect herself and her baby, then Holly need to be coming home. Because everyone have a right to protect themselves and their offsprings.
Right. So now it's up to the state to prove that Romika didn't put hands on Holly because the defense has already raised that Romika swung on Holly. Okay. So now it's up to the state to prove that that didn't happen. There is no video footage. So and the state right now is relying off of witness statements saying
So
there was
one
no
is
video.
two different things,
Okay,
right?
right. But no witness was there the entire incident. You had one on a CTA bus and looking forward, and except for 9 seconds or whatever, and then looking forward, and then getting off the bus with her child, advancing forward, and then crossing the street, and then coming back down. So there's times where she did not have eyes on the scene. And also, you have another witness that says that she saw things from her car and then the rest of it from her workspace. So she had to drive away from the scene, go into her workspace, get out the car, right? Drive in the parking lot, get out the car, and walk into her workspace. So there's times where she didn't have eyes on the scene. So to
Okay.
say that Romika did not hit Holly, the state would have to prove that she was not hit.
Okay, so if she apparently swung on Holly and uh hit Holly, I'm just gonna say apparently if she hit Holly, is that when Holly shot her or did
Yes.
Holly shoot her? Okay, okay, that's what. Okay,
Yeah. So when she approached her aggressively, swung on her, that's when Holly opened fire. And
okay,
that's why
okay,
we're saying self-defense.
okay, okay, okay. Because the news make it seem like uh she done bust the Urkel, jumped out the car, her and Carlos did they little thing, and The minute Carlos let her go, that's when Holly let go. That's how the news make it seem. They, they never said when she swung on Holly or attacked Holly or anything like that. Or I would have, well, no wonder she did what she did.
Well, they're saying that now. So Tia did mention that, but she's saying that, of course it's alleged because, I think that she did contact Ari or whatever, or she just read the motion because I don't think Ari actually talked to her. But she read the motion, and in the motion, the defense motion says that Romika hit her client, and that is when her client defended herself and her
And if
child.
that's the case, she had a right to defend herself. So,
And that's all
more,
that Holly supporters have been saying, that she has a right to defend herself and
and she
her
do. If
son.
Ramika put hands on her, she do. She do. But
Absolutely.
more, let me ask you, you sir, and you too, sir. Your name David, right?
Yeah, his name is David.
So, more,
Mm-hmm.
I gotta ask you. Do
No
you
worries.
think Carlos did everything in his power to like stop that fight?
I think at that time, I think that he did everything that he thought that he could do at that time. I know now he beats himself up and say things like, damn, what if I would have done this? Or what if I would have done that? Or I should have done this. I should have done that. But that's a normal type of thing from someone that's grieving. They always beat themselves up and think that they could have done more. So, but I do think that at that time he did what he thought was best at that time. Yes.
Okay, okay, okay. What about you, sir? You think he done all he can do too?
I do. Given the fact that I know everything in between that happened, yeah, I do.
Okay, okay. Well, I will say I definitely got a better understanding now than what I had when I came up on your panel. And I thank you for that. I thank y'all for that.
You're so welcome, but just know that Carlos did dial 911. Carlos did not want his baby mama deceased. Carlos is actually on camera also, asking the paramedics to save Romika. So I don't think that you're going to plot a murder, want your baby mama unalive by releasing her, and then ask the paramedics to please save her. I just don't think that match, it just does not match. I think that is a theory that was put out on the internet by bloggers that don't like Holly and don't like Carlos and wants the worst for them. And then they don't like the fact that they have supporters because they think that only Ramika deserves supporters. And that's just not true. Everybody don't think that people should just bully them and get away with it and, pull up on them and do things and torment them and their child, and then they just walk away unscathed. Some people
Yeah,
like
everybody deserves the support. Everybody deserves support. And that's
is that
kind of one of the reasons, Marvel, why I've been like kind of heavy watching their news because I know a lot of bloggers is talking not about with truth, but more about they feelings or how they're doing the way they feel and all that. And I don't want to hear that. I want to hear the truth. And that's why I've been kind of like following the news.
yeah,
Mhm.
I understand. I get you. The news don't talk about it much, just basically
They
just when the courts come out because they were talking in the beginning, but they even fell back when they saw that it was not just a clear uh a clear cut killing
mhm.
like they thought it was. Yes, she's been charged with first degree. A lot of people get charged with first degree and still beat the case, whether the charges are lesser or whether they get acquitted. But I said from the beginning that I believe the state overcharged her with first degree. And we'll just have to see where it goes. But I do not believe that she's going to be convicted of first degree at all because this was not an intentional, planned, meditated, cold blooded murder. It just was not. She did not,
Mm-hmm.
she did not wake up that morning saying, "Oh, I'm just gonna end someone's life." No, she was minding her own damn business, and she did not ask for what happened to her to happen.
Okay, okay. Cause like I said, I didn't even know apparently Romika had hit her. And again, if that's the case, then she have the right to defend herself no matter how she defend herself. Again, I probably wouldn't have took it there, but I'm not her. And then I wasn't the one being threatened, says I'm gonna do this and do that to you. So if she ran up on her and hit her, then I don't want to sound rude or harsh, but it is what it is.
Exactly. And that's how I feel. I didn't want to sound rude or harsh, but because I'm just a real person and I said how I felt, I said I would have done the same thing. You know, they like to drag you up and down social media where they just gonna have to keep dragging because it's not gonna shut me up. I would have done the same thing Holly would have done if my child, grandchild, niece, nephew was on the scene and I had someone that has been threatening my life, death threats, not just, "Oh, I'm going to kick you in your butt," but no, "I'm going to kill you." If someone tell me or tell my grandmother that they're going to kill me, no, I'm going to take that serious and I'm going to protect myself and I'm going to protect my child or any child that's in my presence against
As you
my
should.
attacker. So
As
I
you
don't,
should.
if Romika would not have ran up on Holly, I do not believe Holly would have opened fire. She had every opportunity to do it when Romika was being restrained. She had every opportunity to do it when Romika was so-called sitting in her car. That's what you call cold-blooded murderer, right? But the fact that Romika ran up on her, had Romika not ran up on her and swung on her, Romika would still be with her today with her son. That's my
Mm,
belief.
mm, 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 mm. Ooh, mm. The whole situation is just sad and messed up, honey.
It's sad.
Mm.
It's
It
sad, but it's
is.
it's reality. Things happen. People, and here's another thing that a lot of people are not gonna like during the trial. Romika is not, excuse me, Holly is not the first woman that Romika has bullied, Romika has approached, Romika has fought, Romika has harassed. Holly is not the first one. So if it wasn't Holly, in my opinion, it would have been someone else. So we wanna just make it seem like, oh, it's Holly, it's Holly, it's Holly, it's Holly, it's Holly. No, this woman harassed the dog shit out of a lot of women that Carlos was
Yeah, he
involved with.
definitely was cheating on her because the one video. Holly even said, she said, I would never mess with a man who cheated on me through my whole pregnancy. So he definitely was, yeah, yeah, okay.
And
He
if
go
he
out and
was,
she act a fool with the women's. Okay.
yeah. So they were together for a while. Apparently, the relationship wasn't perfect, but she stayed with him, and she still wanted him. She still wanted him. She still stayed there. So that's on Holly. She stayed.
So
She wanted to be
so
there.
her moving and getting her number changing and all this hiding they say she was doing is not true.
Oh, I don't know if that's true or not. She could have very
Because
much
they
got a.
claim Ramika moved, got a number change, and Carlos had no access to her besides her job in the school.
That very well may have been true. That very well may have been true at some point in their encounters. That very well may be true. But at the day of the shooting, September the 8th, she was stopping there because she saw him with another woman.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you could say you moved on. You could say, "Oh, I'm done with this. I'm tired of you," and this, that, and the other. But then when you see them with another woman, it could trigger you.
Yeah, well, I
So,
agree with you there. I told you
or
I
even
put
if
sugar in somebody take in my younger days. I agree with you there.
And even if she didn't want him, she probably still wanted to get at Holly because she feels that Holly broke up what they had. They're back and forth, on and off. Holly had another baby. So,
Okay.
you know,
Okay.
she probably felt whatever she felt, right? But she wanted to attack Holly because if she didn't, she wouldn't have ran up on her.
hmm hmm And like I said, if that's the case, she ran up on her behind her baby, then Holly had the right to defend herself. She really did.
Exactly. She did. She did. She absolutely had a right to defend herself. Yep, she absolutely had a right to defend herself.
She
So,
did. And
and
like
that's
I
why,
said, I'm glad I came up here because I didn't even know that. So I'm extra glad I came up here.
Believe that
well,
that's the
all
way the
right.
jury is going to look at it too.
Yeah, I don't think
hmm
that you're going to find 12 jurors that think that after being threatening and death threats, not just I'm gonna pull your hair, but death threats to end your life, threatening your child life. I wish y'all both was dead and things of that nature. After all of that torment, and then you go to court and you legally get a active no contact order, and this person still contact you, whether they would serve the final order or not, they still contact you. They still arguing with you and advance toward you and strike you, then I don't think 12 jurors are going to think that that's okay. Because if that's the case, then nobody should go get a restraining order.
Right.
Right.
What was good
It
in
would
for
be no
that?
point.
Right.
It would be no point.
Exactly. Well,
Right.
I thank you, sweetie, for letting me up. And
You're
for the
welcome.
record, before everybody gets to talking, no, I was not disrespected on Amara's panel or Miss A panel.
No,
I
you're
heard
not.
all the chat. Love y'all. Thank you.
Love you too, Latanya. Bye, girl. All right. Do anybody else want to come up? I saw somebody down there saying, can they call in? Anybody else want to come up? She said, where's the tape with that saying Holly didn't break it up, only with the court? I'm not sure what that means. I'm praying for both families and that Holly has a fair trial. I also pray that Ramika family finds closure and peace. I feel bad for the children. That's to be respected. That's absolutely to be respected. She ain't want him. She ain't want nobody else to have him. That might be true too. That very well may be true. She may not have wanted him, but she didn't want nobody else to have him either. You know? She said Ramika went to court to get an order against Holly for her and Amir. That's how she found out about Holly putting one on her. That's not true. I don't know who told y'all that, but that's not true. She never went to court to get an order. There is nowhere in the system where she initiated an order.
Initiate an order, but when she did go to court on what was that? It was in the transcripts and more. When she went to court on June 18th, she acknowledged
Yeah,
that
but
how she found out about the whole thing was when she was going up there to get one put on Holly.
that's just what she said out her mouth, but she did not initiate a restraining.
She never
Yeah, no, that's just what she
initiated it.
said out her mouth. And she also said she was getting an attorney and coming back in July. So I'm just going to take that as a lie because I think she was just saying that to the judge. But and she also, again, in that same transcript that I have, she
Mhm.
also said that she was going to come back to court on July the 14th with her attorney. So, but she was like, yeah, I was going to go and put a restraining order out on her. But no, there was never, matter of fact, no. Let me correct it. Matter of fact, let me pull it up because that's not what she said. I was gonna go. She didn't say that. Guess what she said? She said, I did. I went and got a restraining order put out on her, and she is to be served any day. Let me pull it up. She actually said she did get a restraining order on her. Let me get the transcripts.
But there was no filings where she actually did.
Hold on, let me think. What did I name it? I named it. Hold on. I named it something. I gotta think of what I named it. Give me a second.
2 to 14. Yeah, 16.
All right, let's get to that part. Hold on. Hold on. Let me find it. Okay. So what she said was, in the beginning, we'll come back to page 8, but in the beginning, she said, I think the court asked her, did she know? And she says, yes, right here. Yes, let me get my ruler. Let me get my ruler. She says, yes, because the judge asked her, you have been served. It says, and Ms. Blackman, you have been served or been notified that Ms. Johnson filed a petition for stalking no contact order against you. And she says, yes, I was notified when I tried to actually go put one on her because she knows where I live and knows where I work, and I've never seen her again in my life. So we share the same father. So this is where her energy is coming from. Then the judge said what he said and all this stuff or whatever. But down here, let's take our oh, it's not gonna let me do it. Oh, freak. Okay, I gotta delete that one and go all the way down here. On page 8, where she actually comes back and contradicts herself and says, oh shit. This is how you know when someone is lying. You can't just read one line. You gotta dig a little deeper, right? And you read the whole thing, not just one thing. Let me fix this error. Okay. So then she comes back on page 8 and says, let's get to, okay, right here. It says, she said, no, I'm saying, how do I go about making sure my child is protected from her at all times? The court says, same thing. For the safety of your child, you can call the police or contact the state attorney's office, okay? And then Romika says, okay, perfect. They are trying to serve her now, but can't. So when you say they are trying to serve her now, but can't, that means that you have already placed on her. They are trying to serve her now, but can't, okay? That's how I know that she was lying, because when you look into the system, nothing was initiated by Romika when it came to Holly. Okay. So above it, she says she was going to try to get a restraining order on her, and that's how she found out. But that's not true. I actually know how she found out, but I'm not going to say it unless it comes out. But again, she says right here that perfect. They are trying to serve her now, but can't. Okay. So her saying they're trying to serve her now, but can't, is saying that she initiated already a restraining order on Holly. Why? Because they're trying to serve her now. They wouldn't try to serve a glass of ice water. The only thing that they will be serving her with is paperwork. All right. So you can't just read one line. You have to read the entire thing. Okay. So again, I know how Holly found out a way to have her served, and it damn sure didn't start at the courthouse. Okay. So again, but she put here, okay, perfect. They are trying to serve her now, but can't. Romika said this, not Holly, Romika. All right. So if they were trying to serve her, but can't, why they didn't? We would see that in the court, in the documents. All right.
And she would actually still be being trying to serve
Exactly.
being served right now to this day.
Exactly. So let me read a couple of y'all comments. Let me see. She says, we got to start thinking about what makes sense. If a person claim they over a person, then why they roll up wanting to body every person that the other person has an engagement with. That's true. That's true. You're not over them if you're still trying to kick somebody's ass. Because baby, when you over somebody, you done. You don't give a fuck who he with. You don't care if he with 15 women. You're like, I don't give a damn. I don't care. He ain't mine. I'm done with him. You would definitely not be trying to fight somebody that man is sleeping with. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So she said that would have served Holly right. They would have served Holly right there in court. Absolutely. Let me tell you, you want to know how I know what you're saying is true? Because I got served in court some different documents right then and there. If she would have said, I'm trying to get her served, okay, they are trying to serve her now, but can't, the judge would have been telling the bailiff, hey, if there's paperwork, get her served. Or actually, she wasn't in court. She was on a Zoom. So anyway, but because she was on a Zoom, I don't know how that would have worked, but they served me in court. I was like, what the fuck is this? And my lawyer was like, just give it to me. And I gave it directly to my lawyer. I didn't even take that shit home. I got served in court and gave it directly to my lawyer. That's his issue, not mine. I gave it directly to my lawyer. What is this? He said, don't worry about it. Give it to me. And I gave it to him. It's his battle to fight. That's what you pay your lawyer for. We done been on here for 4 hours. I didn't mean for it to be this long. David, I appreciate you for coming up. She said, y'all already know it ain't nothing but respect. We are sisters. We can talk to agree and disagree and still be good. That's right, Latanya. Yeah, and that's how it's supposed to be, but everybody don't think that way. Some people would have came up here and cussed me out, child, or they would have attempted to, and they would have been dropped, okay? So, but that's how you do it. That's how you agree to disagree. There's nothing wrong with agreeing to disagree. Just some people just don't know how to do that, okay? Some people just want beef. They don't want pork. They don't want chicken. They don't want fish, baby. They want beef, just beef. He said they came forward. And let me just, well, you know what? I'm not going to do it. We're going to come back tomorrow. I'm going to break down 2 or 3 more videos that I want to show you guys. I would do it on this one, but I'm not because I've already been on 4 hours. And I know some people are going to catch the replay and they be complaining about 4 hours being too long. So I'm going to stop it here. I just really wanted to break down how witness number 5 is not doing the state no justice, just like witness number 3 is not, because it does not match the crime scene whatsoever. There is reasonable doubt, and the state has to win this case on a reasonable doubt, okay? It doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. In order for them to hold her for first-degree murder, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And I don't see beyond a reasonable doubt. I see a lot of doubt. A lot of doubt. So because of that, I just don't see them convicting her of first degree. Charging is one thing. Convicting is a whole nother ballpark. So we'll come back tomorrow because somebody sent me like 3 different videos that I'm going to break down and go over. And we'll do that on tomorrow. You probably already have them, David.
Yeah. Hey, more.
Yeah.
What do I do if I got a stalker that's threatening to eat my dog?
Who threatened to eat your dog?
Trina.
Trina said she's gonna eat your dog.
She said, "What are we having for dinner? Barbecue bully."
Oh, she's talking about your dog.
She talking about setting some shit on fire.
Oh wow. He'll
Well,
be all
I,
right.
I I received 5 phone calls from her yesterday. She
Oh,
she
well,
she
now you
she
know.
looked my business up and got my business number and called me yesterday with some pretty sound like some pretty tangible threats.
Now, do you know if it was directly from her phone?
Yeah, it was directly from her phone because when I called the number back, uh she's on her voicemail. You've reached Trina.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, knows that, but I don't know. Chicago funny, man. Y'all funny, but I know in Georgia and North Carolina and Texas, that is what you consider that's a criminal offense. You know, you can really go and get her for harassment. So I ain't telling you
Yeah,
what to do, but baby, they call my phone, they gonna get charges. So
She
don't call
she
my
called
phone.
she called me, she texted me, she said she gonna show up to my it's on recording that she about to show up
Well,
to
you know
my
what I
house.
would
She
do,
said she about to
David?
come to my house.
I would call 911 and get a report, if nothing else, because who knows, you may have to defend yourself one day. And if you got a police report and you got your papers or whatever, then you might be able to, you know what I'm saying, get away with self-defense as well. But I wouldn't let this go because you're a man and she's a woman, because as we see, women beat up men all the time. Matter of fact, let me leave y'all with a video because somebody definitely sent me a video. Where is that damn video? Let me see. Let me look. Did you see that video where the girl beat the shit out of that dude?
Mm-mm.
She beat the crap out of that dude. Let me see. Do I have it? Hold on. Who sent me that video? I was like, wait, whoa, what? Hold on. Let me see. Where that video at? She beat the crap out of that dude. Let me get it. I think this is it. Hold on. Somebody sent me this link this morning in my inbox. No, that's not it. Hold on. Where is it? Give me a second. Oh, here you go, right here. Y'all check this out right here, y'all. Somebody sent this to me. And look at this little bitty girl, right? Y'all look at this bullshit right here. Apparently he cheated on her, okay? Y'all check this out right here, y'all. Look at this. She set the camera up. She's videotaping herself. She got a cup of soda in her hand.
They love recording themselves, don't they? Hey, dang.
Oh
Damn.
my God.
She dog
She
walking him.
is sucker punching him, saying, "You cheated on me. You cheated on me. You cheated on me, bitch. Bitch, you cheated on me. You cheated on me. Get off the elevator. You cheated on me. You cheated on me. Oh, you cheated on me." She's beating his ass for cheating on her, baby.
She dog walking him. That sounds
I'm gonna let
familiar.
y'all see it again. I know. I don't know if Carlos got his ass beat like this before, but somebody talking about that's how Ramika be acting.
So I said
Somebody
that
said that's
sound.
how Ramika be acting.
That's why I said that sounds familiar. She looked like she about Romika's size.
Now, I'm gonna tell you, this girl right here said, I don't want to have nothing to do with it. Hold on. This girl right here, y'all see this when she said, I don't want to have nothing to do with this. Look how she look. Look. She said, oh no, I'm leaving. I'm going back in this locker room. Shit. And then look at her. She go back in there. She look at the other girl like, you gonna stand out here and watch this shit? She's like, no, I'm gone. I'm out. She said, let me close this door. I don't want to have nothing to do with this.
She probably like, hell yeah,
And
because
she
I ain't
just-
never seen a nigga get dog walk like that.
Exactly. And she's just standing there like, oh Lord, I don't know what I want to do. Like, do I jump in? Do I help the dude? Do I break it up? This girl hands are quick, baby. I don't know what I want to do. She is sucker punching him, kicking him, and everything. She punching left, right, left, hook, right, left, right, left, right, left. You cheating on me? And see, that's how she get him. She throws the drink on him and goes in. Look at her. Both feet are off the ground. She's like, oh, you cheated on me? You cheated on me? Look at her. Then she grabs him. The dude tall and everything. She grabs him down and punching him.
Pull that hoodie down over his head and got the drill on.
And she doing all this while she propped her phone up on the ground. I don't know if y'all saw that. That's what she was doing. Y'all look. She propped her phone up and she's looking down at the phone. You see her looking down at the phone? She's going to look down at the phone again. She looked at the phone. Now she kind of moves to the side. Like, I'm going to wait. You're going to open this door and I'm going to get you. Look at her. Soon as he opened the door. And he holding on to dear life. Somebody said she greased up and everything. Look, he holding on to dear life. She calling him all type of B's. Get off the elevator, bitch, while she sucker punch him. She didn't kick, didn't punch, didn't kick, didn't punch. Look at her. She kicked him again.
Hey, she a UFC fighter. She a real UFC fighter.
And he holding his lip busted and everything. He like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, you just kicked my ass. What are you talking about? Can you wife somebody like that? Can you literally walk down the aisle knowing that your wife just beat your ass?
Hell no.
Can you stand at the altar and say, I do, after a woman handled you like this? Come on, men. I know I got some men in my chat. If your girlfriend,
it's gonna be a shotgun wedding.
If your girlfriend handled you like this, right? Even if you did cheat on her, if your girlfriend handled you like this, she punch, kick, bust your lips and all of that or whatever, over a woman that you done cheated on her with, would you say, will you marry me? Will you marry me? She said Meeks was Clarissa. Shit. Hey, are you sure this is not Clarissa sister right here? Thank you, S Gun. Appreciate the love. She said, great live, Amore. Thank you. She said, I think Trina wants some D from David. Lord Jesus. Listen, he's standing up there. He probably got teeth knocked out for all we know.
Look, more, and she did it in Crocs. Oh no, oh that's the other girl. Okay, she had on Mike's. She had on Jordans. Okay.
Man. So anyway, we always underestimate these little women. And this is a little girl. She
That's why I
little,
said
she got baby
she
oil
looked like
on and everything.
she looked like she about Romika's size.
She's quick with it though. You see how she's quick with it. It's
Yeah,
not even that she's stronger than him. She's faster than him. She's quick
she
with
hit
it.
him with both hands. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. She went in.
And she caught him off guard with the soda. That's why she has the soda in the hand. She know. And see, he already done backed up, so he know what it is. Boom.
He like,
She
hold on,
tossed
you ain't
the
never waited at the
soda.
elevator for me before.
Yeah, she tossed it the soda, and then she goes in. At one point, her feet are off the ground. She lunges at him. Her feet are off the ground. Wait a minute. Look, her feet are off the ground. She like, what the? She pours the drink. Boom. Her feet are in the air. And then she opened the door because she wants the camera to catch it. She is clobbering the hell out of him. She said, are you sure it was soda? I mean, no, it looked like soda pop. I don't know what it was, but it looks
Some
like soda pop.
somebody called Dana White, get that girl a contract.
She said, this pisses me off as a mother of 2 grown sons. Lord, please don't let them go through nothing like this. Tell them to be careful with what type of women that they choose. Okay. So she said,
Know your
who's
worth, King.
doing all
Know your
this
worth.
fighting? Nope. And that's the thing. He cheated on her, but instead of her just walking away and throwing deuces and saying, I'm out of here, she's like, no, I'm gonna beat your ass.
Right. She beat him up, and then I guarantee you she still took him back. She just had to get, they had to put him in his
She
place.
probably did. Yeah, she probably did. She probably took him right on back. So, I mean, it happens. They say sometimes it takes like 7 times or whatever for the person to actually leave or whatever. So she said, I don't know where women get this type of energy from. Hey, they get it. They get the type of energy because they in love, I guess. She didn't even give that man time to answer. No. She said, you cheated on me. So apparently she must have knew. But he up here talking about, I don't know what you talking about. Look at him. He's trying to protect his. She dragging him.
I'm beating your ass like this because I love you.
She like, damn. I mean, he like, damn. But I don't know. Hopefully he walked away from her. Hopefully he said, nah, you crazy.
Well, after that went viral, I wouldn't want to stay with us. Like, this is all over the internet. You whooping me on hell.
Well, his face didn't get shown, so no one knows what he actually looked like.
I'm pretty sure his peoples know who she is.
Yeah,
He can't
he
face his
holding his
people.
mouth.
Ain't no way in hell you go back around your people like we just saw you on camera getting whooped in the elevator.
Yeah, well, she definitely busted his lip. Definitely bust his lip. So anyway, I just wanted to show y'all that video. Unfortunately, there are some women out there that's, and just imagine if this would have been Romika and she would have done this to Holly. What do you think would have happened?
Probably be dead.
She would have definitely caused some bodily harm. She would have definitely caused some. Let me ask y'all, do y'all think that Romika would have caused bodily harm on Holly if she would have fought her?
Yeah,
From what we've seen and how aggressive she acts.
for sure.
Yeah.
He would have walked her.
Coco said, even if a man stays, he'll no longer be in love. His heart is gone. That's true because you got to think, he's going to think about that. Like, damn, this girl beat my ass. She beat my ass. So anyway, but Romika could have very much did this on Holly. So we have to not underestimate people just getting in fights. You know what I'm saying? Holly was supposed to sit there and just take an ass whooping or whatever. Yeah, I don't think so. I know some people think that she She did. She should have just stayed there and took an ass whooping. Yeah, well, I don't think that. I don't think that she should have just stayed there and took an ass whooping. Yes, when a woman is enraged, she becomes extremely strong. Yep, that is so true. And that's why, I could believe that she broke away from the restraints of Carlos because she was enraged. And that is how Ari is going to have to paint her. She was enraged when she saw him with another woman. She was enraged. Okay. She says, I don't know. I think these men love them more when they act a donkey.
Hell
I don't
no.
know. David.
I wouldn't let something like that go past 1 week. Hell no.
So you wouldn't be in love if your girl act like this towards you?
No. No.
I don't know, Tanya. I mean, even if they like it for a moment, after a while they're gonna be like, "Oh hell no!" She said, "Amor, do you think those people see Holly differently? Had Roe would have been a man coming at Holly?" Yeah, I do. I think that they would have saw her differently, Holly differently. They would have said Holly defended herself. I think that the reason why they are coming at Holly the way they are is because of the initial emotional outcry because of everything, and they don't want to leave the initial alone. They don't want to take the initial out of their heads, right? So, and then they looking at Holly like a pretty girl, like, oh, her life, she had it going on and this, that, and the other. Somebody said it better, and I want to say, I can't think of the girl name, but she said, I believe that a lot of women out here wanted Romika's life. They're saying that Holly wanted Romika's life, but she said, no, y'all wanted Romika's life. And I'm going to break down some things that she's been putting on her page. What's the lady name? Somebody sent me a link to her page and told me to check her out. But she's been putting a lot of things on her page, and I will be breaking it down on my channel. But I do believe that a lot of people are taking advantage of this Romika case. And let me show you one right quick. I thought this was so grimy when I saw this. Hold on. You must be eating on sunflower seeds.
Oh.
You.
I'm closing the trailer up.
Oh, it sounds like you eating something. So apparently this young lady right here, they said that she doesn't know the family or anything, but because she knows people are so emotionally charged, her name is Shay Hardy. She must have some type of company that does like t-shirts and print things or whatever. So she's like, shit, I got a business and he got a lot of Romika supporters out there. Let me sell some shit. So she is trying to
It's not popping up on the screen anymore.
Oh, you don't see it?
No.
Do y'all not see it? I think it's just you, David.
It probably my screen probably froze. My screen is probably frozen.
Okay, can y'all see this that I just put up on the screen? Okay, they saying they see it. I think yours is frozen.
Yeah, my screen froze.
So this lady name is Shay Hardy, and she is selling Romika gear, and she says, in loving memory of Romika Meeks, supporting her son Amir, justice for Romika apparel, coming soon, always loved, always remembered. She's going to, people, let me tell you something, Lord Jesus. They're going to make a dime or 20 cents off of this any way they can, okay? So she got book bags, and I'm just going to say this, the justice for Romika, like who's supposed to wear this? Anyway, she got shower curtains, toilet lids. I mean, and who would buy this? Kitchen rugs, kitchen towels, kitchen mats. I mean, oh my God. Like who oh my God. Anyway, child.
I seen that earlier more. That shit right there is weird. That is super weird.
This is weird. And I'm going to tell you something. Even though I wish Holly a fair trial and my heart goes out to her, I would never buy a motherfucking shower curtain or anything that says, except for maybe a t-shirt at the most. But definitely not no kitchen rug, no book bag, no none of this saying no justice for Holly. I'm sorry. I just won't. I'm not doing that. Okay. Maybe a t-shirt or a hat at the very most, right? But definitely not this. Definitely not this. This is stuff that you put in your home. And I mean, oh my God. Anyway, but like I said, people are taking advantage of this situation. And I believe that she said a shower curtain and toilet seat covers. Yes, shower curtain and toilet. She said it's
Yes.
somebody said it's
You have to
somebody
be
said it's country as hell. It is country as hell.
you
Biggie
have to
B.
be seriously obsessed with this woman who you don't know. You have
Yeah.
to be seriously obsessed with this woman who you don't know to get all of that stuff. And you got a giant portrait of Romika on your shower curtain as soon as you walk into the bathroom. And you don't know this girl from a can of paint.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's the opportunist. It's the I think that's the word opportunist in these people. They're like, shit, I see all these people crashing out over Ramika. I see all these people just for Ramika, just for Ramika. I mean, that's how they greet each other. Hey, how you doing? Just for Ramika. How you doing?
I
Just
said,
for Ramika. What's your name?
I
Just for Ramika.
said
How you doing
that
today?
like
Just for Ramika.
every panel
So
that they get on, that's the first thing they have to say out of their mouth to let each other know that they're a kindred spirit.
So some people know that people are fanned out over this situation and they know that they can get some people to buy it, and so that's what they're doing. So nevertheless, I ain't hating on the young lady. I'm just saying this a bit much. This is a bit much. This is a bit much. I can see if she sold some fans or something like that or whatever, right? A t-shirts or fans. But oven mittens, oven towels, kitchen floor mats, shower curtains, bathroom covers, the whole bathroom set, and the blanket, the book bags, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is pimping the community, and not just pimping the community, but pimping those that are, I don't know if you want to call it fanned out or I don't know what you want to call it, but the pink mafia, that's all I can say, the pink mafia. But anyway, well, it is what it is. That shit is fucking funny to me. It's funny, but like, hey, but I will tell Shay this. What's her name? Shay, what's her name? Shay
Shay
Hardy.
Hardy.
Listen, girl, get in where you fit in. And she said, since they so fan out over it, I'm gonna take advantage of them. Okay. So anyway, but I will show you guys more videos tomorrow. LaTanya said, I ain't buying it. Somebody will though, LaTanya. I guarantee you somebody will. I promise you they will. Anyway, but it's funny. She said, Team Ramika always doing crazy stuff. I really don't be chiming into them like that, but I somebody sent me this link and I just so happened to look and I was like, what the hell? And I was like, said ain't so. And I said, they are exploiting the dog shit out of this family. But it's an unfortunate thing. It's an unfortunate thing, And then they get mad at us for bringing out her character, but they over there trying to pimp her. That's why I try to make it my business not to put her pictures on my content anymore because I don't want to dime from her family or from the supporters when it comes to on Ramika behalf. You know what I'm saying? Child. Go ahead on. She's talking about not in the damn house. Yes, in the damn house. She said she should be ashamed of herself, but I'm sure she's not. She said some mittens, maxi pads, some ribbons, some shoestrings and shit.
I'm sorry, but that shit is weird.
Yeah. Next they're gonna be making some popsicles and bags of chips and cookies and shit with.
Look, I could even see if it was like exclusive just to her family members. Like, okay, yeah, that's stuff for her family, but people that don't know her at all, that's weird if you some shit like that and put in your house.
Yeah, that's crazy. But anyway, that's where we at, y'all. We about to end this live. Thank you, David, so very much. Appreciate you for always coming up, being respectful, and all that good stuff. I rock with you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna talk to you later, and then I'm gonna just give a shout out to my peeps for helping me reach my goal today. So, all right, David, I'll talk to you later. All right. So, you guys, y'all show the hell out and help me reach my goal yet again. And I appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. So, let me give y'all a shout out. Thank you, Binky Bink, Lady V, Sassy D. 200K. She said, here's my tip. I guess beans again, but as long as my girl gets her tips. Hey, am. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, 200K. Thank you, Kim. She said, happy Wednesday, Loud Talkers and more. Bonita Spirits, let's talk about it. 200 again, girl. You're going to be eating beans for the next couple of weeks, girl. She said, break it on down. Take notes, clowns. Okay. Thank you, girl. Thank you, Kim C. She said, and another one for a hater ass. Okay, girl. Thank you, Gloria. She said, just here to tip the host for the good content. Hey, y'all. Hey, girl. Thank you, Rita. Here's the real understandable content. I love it. I love it. Thank you, girl. Bonita, shake your haters off. And that's all we got to do over here, girl. Thank you, Dupu. Thank you, Michelle. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. 200K again. She gonna have beans and weenies for the rest of the month. She said, ready, ready, ready. Let's go. Tammy B, appreciate you. Lisa, happy hump day. Joanne, thank you. I am Glenn, for real. Hey, more moms and chat sisters. Totally T says, the state attorney coming with these witnesses that Ari finna break down like a pound of controlled substance. Hey, baby. Listen, Ari has a lot that she can use to really, really break them down. A lot, okay? So, yeah. So, thank you, Totally T. Thank you, Miss Carla. Facts over feelings. That's right. Wind down with Shabola. Just showing some support. Thank you, baby. LaCondes, let's talk about it. Thank you, girl. 200K. They lying witnesses should do time. Yeah, but unfortunately, I read up on it and they say they have to be something really, really, really serious for them to bring charges against them. So I don't think they will. So, yeah. Unless they find out that they conspired together to do this or something like that, then I think they can get in trouble. But other than that, I don't think so. So thank you, 200K. Your Majesty, keep talking louder more. And Will, thank you, girl. Appreciate you. LaCondes, thank you. Thank you, Black Swan. Black Swan again. Thank you. I am Glenn, for real. Black Swan again. Black Swan again. Bonita. She said 3 more, y'all. Let's get it. Black Swan again. Barbara Clark. Thank you, girl. She said, hey, I'm more showing love. Thank you, girl. Rita Harris. We love you more. God bless. Thank you. Love you back. Appreciate you guys so very much. Thank you, Rita. Thank you, Shonda. And Big Mama Candy Girl. She said, hit that thumbs up, please, and thank you. The real MF, I really appreciate the respectful dialogue, even with the difference of opinion. Yes, I do too. I appreciate that. You ain't got to have no yelling, kicking, and spitting and screaming over here. We could do it the right way, okay? Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, 200K. This is how you debate in peace. Agree to disagree. I love her more. Confess to pop off with the ignorant, but changed her stance. Yes, I did. I popped off with the ignorant when they first came out. I was taking no taking no prisoners. I was getting them gone. But then I had to check myself. So, you know. But thank you, 200. Thank you, Janelle. Appreciate you. Thank you, S. Gum. Appreciate you as well. And thank you to LaTanya, because that's where it starts, right? She came up here and she was willing to listen, then talk, then listen, then talk, and listen, then talk. So that matters, you guys. It matters. So, you know, I just think that we need to be careful with just letting anybody up on our panel. Some people just want to come up there and just cuss you out and just have problems and stuff like that or whatever, you know? And yeah, they can go ahead on with that. Some people don't want you to put the facts out. They want to come over and they want to like interrupt your chat because they don't want you to put the facts out and they don't want you to give your opinion. They really want to shut you up. And when they can't, you know, then they just stay mad and they go talk about you on other people's channels. And they can do that because we don't give a damn and we don't give a what. Oh, okay, y'all already know. Y'all already know. So thank y'all so much for being an amazing audience yet again. I will be back tomorrow because it is other stuff that's being put out. Okay. And I thank this person. The name of the person is it's something Monet. I think it's called Tajada Monet. I think that's how you say the name of the page, but baby, she has been dropping some tea, honey. And we're going to sip up the tea, and we're going to talk about it over here on this channel. All right. So I'm going to go back through her page and look at some more stuff that that she has put out today. And thank you to the person that told me about her page. I appreciate it. But we're going to put this information out. Why are we doing this? Well, because one side of the story has been told for too long. One side of the story has been told for too long. One side has been put out here, and a lot of people has rallied behind that one side of the story when there is always more than one side of the story. She said, what's the name again? The name of the page is TE. It's on Facebook. It's TEJADA Monet, MONET. So the first name is TEJADA. Tajada, I think that's how you say Tajada. So it's on Facebook, and a lot of information is coming out. I want to, go over it and talk about it on my page because there's videos being released, text messages, and also just posts from long ass time ago. Okay. So I want to break those down because a false narrative has been put out here that Holly is the aggressor. Holly is the mean-spirited person, and that's just not true. Okay. It's just not true. They paint a picture that's just not true. So with that being said, I'm going to do my part, and you guys are free to come and tune in and listen to what I have to say. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of them that don't believe me, and some of you guys that do. The ones that don't believe me, they can go do their own research and figure it out. Okay. All right. So anyway, she said it's Tahada. It said like that. Oh, Tahada. Oh, my bad. Tahada Monet. Okay, my bad. It's Tahada, y'all. Tahada Monet. Tahada. Y'all know I jack up a damn name in a military second, baby. I will jack up a name, but Tahada Monet. All right. So anyway, thank y'all so very much. And I do believe that I got a coffee or two. I saw something come up. Let me see who bought me a coffee right quick. Yolanda Tucker, thank you for the Coca-Cola. And then our big sis Glenn gifted 10 people for the oh, thank you, Rachel. But anyway, she gifted 10 people for the January appreciation gift that I will be giving out tonight. It's for members only. I will be selecting a winner for that. You do not have to be present to win. So if you're not here, then that's fine. But you will still be a winner. No matter what, I'll just hold it for you. And thank you, Rachel. Thank you. She said a few coffees in your favorite mug. Yes, girl. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, Rachel. Appreciate everybody that tipped this live stream and tuned into this live stream. All I ask is you hit that thumbs up button, and I will catch you guys tomorrow, okay? Except for the members. I will be doing the appreciation today for the members. Did I say today or tomorrow? Candy, did I say I was going to do it today or tomorrow? I can't even remember. I think I said I'd do it tomorrow. I'm going to do it tomorrow, y'all. And I'm going to do it before I come live, okay? Because it's kind of late. It's 10 o'clock. And I told my son I was going to call him back. So I'm going to do it tomorrow, y'all. I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm going to do the appreciation gift tomorrow, okay? All right. So anyway, love y'all. And I'm going to talk to y'all tomorrow. Good night.
Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names.
She kept talking about that family.
Hoes over there.
She kept talking about that family. 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 That family. She kept talking about that family. Talking about that family.
These motherfuckers don't be wanting to listen on them. Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names.